There's a peculiar moment that happens just before sleep takes you, when the familiar edges of your room begin to soften, and you're no longer entirely sure which thoughts belong to you and which ones are arriving from somewhere else. That threshold between knowing and not knowing. That's where we're going tonight. I'm Mr. Dantello, and I'm glad you're here. We've gathered 5 stories for you, all of them deeply psychological, the kind that bend the shape of what feels real and what feels wrong in ways that linger long after the telling ends. Stories where the mind becomes unreliable, where time moves strangely, where the familiar becomes foreign. First, there's the mirror that shows me rooms I haven't entered yet, about seeing spaces in reflection that shouldn't exist anywhere in your home. Then we have my desk calendar fills itself with yesterday's appointments, a story of time folding back on itself in the small, mundane objects we trust. The third tale is the hallway photographs age backwards when I'm not looking. What happens when evidence itself begins to rewrite itself? Fourth comes, I keep finding my handwriting in the previous tenant's journal, where your own history seems tangled with someone else's past. And finally, the bedroom door opens to a house I used to live in, a story about doors that lead somewhere they shouldn't. If these stories settle well with you tonight, a like and a subscribe would mean everything. It helps more people find their way here when they need it most. Find yourself comfortable now. Adjust your pillow. Dim the light a little further if you need to, and let yourself drift into that space where listening becomes almost like dreaming. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Now, let's begin with our first story. Story 1. The mirror that shows me rooms I haven't entered yet. I told myself it was just a trick of the light. That's what I said out loud, standing in my bathroom at 2 a.m, squinting at the mirror above the sink. My voice sounded strange in that small, tiled room, too present, too solid. Like I needed to hear myself say something reasonable so my brain would settle back into its regular groove. The bathroom was cold, not unpleasantly so. Just that particular kind of chill that accumulates in small interior rooms after midnight, the kind that makes you aware of your skin. I'd gotten up for water, the way you do sometimes when you wake at odd hours with a specific thirst that feels important. My apartment was quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you hyper-aware of the building around you, the hum of a refrigerator somewhere, the distant percussion of the city outside, the whisper of the ventilation system in the walls. I ran the water and let it get cold, cupping my hands under the stream. My reflection watched me do this with the usual lack of emotion a mirror provides. Mid-30s, dark hair that needed cutting. The kind of face that passes through most spaces without leaving an impression, which has never bothered me. I've always been someone who blends. It's useful in a way. People don't watch you as carefully. I was about to turn back to bed when I noticed the hallway bathroom door. Our apartment has 2 bathrooms. This one, the small one where I was standing, and another down the hallway. The second one is barely used. I share the place with Morgan, but they're traveling most months for work. So often it's just me moving through these rooms like someone in a half-furnished stage set. The hallway bathroom has a solid door painted the same off-white as the trim. I can see it from my bed if I leave the bathroom door open. It's usually closed. Methodically, perpetually closed, because I close it out of habit. In the mirror, it was open. Not just slightly ajar, open with that careful width of an active space. The kind of open that suggests someone lives here, moves through here, uses the things inside. Through the gap, I could see the corner of a white sink edge and the faintest suggestion of the tile work beyond. I turned around. The hallway bathroom door was closed. I wasn't frightened exactly. I was precise about it. I stepped back to the mirror, angled my head, looked at it from a different position. The angle changed the reflection. Naturally, the open door shifted in perspective, but it remained open. Through it, still visible, the sink. The corner of a mirror, possibly a small stretch of wall I couldn't quite make out. Behind me, through the actual bathroom door, which was open to our hallway. The closed door of the hallway bathroom remained closed. I am not a person prone to panic. I work in database administration. I spend most of my time looking for logical inconsistencies, patterns that don't hold, data that has been corrupted or misplaced. I have trained myself to notice discrepancies and examine them with a kind of patient coldness. So what I did, standing there in the fluorescent glow of the bathroom light at 2 a.m, was approach the mirror like I would approach a problem. It must be a reflection issue. Light bouncing at a particular angle, creating the impression of depth or position where none existed. Or something with the mirror itself, a slight warp in the glass. Some distortion that made the door appear to be open when the actual geometry of the apartment made it closed. Old mirrors do that sometimes. The reflective coating degrades unevenly. I went back to bed. This is important to note about myself. I am not someone who dwells on small mysteries. I don't lie awake analyzing shadows or replaying odd moments. I have always believed the world is mostly explicable if you give it enough attention, and that the rest of the time you're simply tired or distracted, or your eyes are doing something your conscious mind hasn't caught up with yet. So I didn't think about the open door. I didn't pull the covers up to my chin or listen to the apartment with unusual intensity. I simply returned to sleep. When I woke at 6 the next morning, my usual time, regardless of when I've gone to bed, the thing about the mirror had already taken on the quality of a dream. Not quite forgotten, but moved several steps away from immediate reality. I showered, made coffee, sat in front of my laptop with the kind of blank competence that comes from morning routine. I had the day off. No particular plans. The kind of day that should have been restful, which should have meant the things stayed exactly where dreams go. But at 9 a.m, I found myself standing in front of the mirror again. Not because I had decided to do this. I hadn't woken up curious or unsettled. I had made breakfast. I had started to think about whether I needed to go to the grocery store. I had begun the process of ordinary thinking, and then I was standing in the bathroom without quite remembering the decision that had taken me there. The hallway bathroom door was closed. Naturally, what I noticed instead was the bookshelf. We have a bookshelf in our living room. It's a standard IKEA piece, white, roughly 4 feet wide and 6 feet tall. Morgan put it together before leaving for their latest assignment, and it sits against the wall between the kitchen and the living area. It's half full. Some of my books, some of theirs, some shared novels, and a few technical manuals from previous jobs I'd kept for reference. In the mirror, the bookshelf was visible behind me, which isn't unusual, because the bathroom door opens inward and the mirror provides a view down the hallway and into the living space beyond. What was unusual was that it appeared to be in a slightly different position, moved perhaps 6 inches toward the kitchen window, and some of the books on the shelves appeared to be arranged differently. Not dramatically, just noticeably out of the order I'd seen them in yesterday. Behind me, looking at the actual apartment, the bookshelf was exactly where I knew it to be. Books in the arrangement I remembered. I turned back to the mirror. The bookshelf was still shifted, still rearranged. What I told myself this time was the light, the angle, the way mirrors compress and distort spatial perception when you're looking at a reflection rather than actual space. Or, my memory was false. People's memories of their living spaces are often false. I'd read studies about this. People have no idea whether they've been in a room 100 times. They create a vague, general sense of it and accept it as truth. I was probably misremembering the position of the bookshelf. I stood there for 5 minutes, then 10. Looking back and forth between the mirror and the actual room, cataloging the differences. The bookshelf, the arrangement of books, the way the light fell across the far corner, which seemed somehow more detailed in the reflection, shadows in slightly different places, the texture of the wall more apparent. These were small things. Insignificant, probably, the kind of details your eye picks up without your mind consciously processing them. By the time I left the bathroom, I had told myself everything was fine. But that evening, at dusk, as I was getting ready for bed, I found myself back in front of the mirror again. This time, I didn't pretend I was just passing through. I acknowledged that I had come to look at it specifically, that something in me wanted to check. What had changed was the kitchen. Behind me in the mirror, the kitchen visible at the apartment's far edge looked slightly different. Not dramatically. Nothing I could have described to someone without looking and sounding absurd. But the counter arrangement had shifted. The cabinet doors appeared open that I knew were closed, or possibly closed that I thought were open. I wasn't entering the kitchen to verify. I was standing in the bathroom, looking at a reflection of something I could partially see in the actual space behind me. The more I looked, the more unstable my certainty became. Which was real? The image I was looking at directly, or the one in the mirror? When did I actually look at my apartment carefully enough to have reliable memories of it? That night I tried something. I stood in front of the mirror and I focused, really focused. Not on the small details, but on the broader space I could see reflected there. Our living room, the bookshelf, the kitchen threshold, the hallway stretching away. It all looked correct. It all matched. And then I moved my head slightly, just a fraction, and something shifted. The hallway bathroom door was open again. Just that gap, just that width. Just visible enough to suggest the space inside was being used, that someone lived there and moved through it. Behind me, without looking, I knew the door was closed. The discrepancy felt like it had weight, like it was pressing against the back of my skull. I turned. The door was closed. I looked back at the mirror. It was open. My hands were steady when I gripped the sink. My breathing was normal. These seemed like important facts, like evidence of my reasonableness. People who lose their grip on reality probably breathe faster. They probably panic. I felt neither of these things. What I felt was a kind of cold precision, the same clarity I bring to work problems. There was a discrepancy. The discrepancy was localized to the mirror. Therefore, the mirror was the problem. Simple logic. Simple conclusion. I went to bed early that night. I did not look at the mirror again. The next morning was Saturday. Morgan was due back from their assignment on Monday, and I found myself thinking it would be good to have another person in the apartment. Not because I was frightened. Just because having someone else move through the space would create a kind of anchor, a different perspective. Someone to ask whether they'd noticed anything odd about the hallway bathroom door, or whether the bookshelf had been shifted recently, or whether the light in the kitchen always caught the corner of the counter at that particular angle. I didn't actually intend to ask Morgan these things when they arrived. I knew how they would sound. But the thought of having the space feel less hollow, less like something that could rearrange itself in reflection only, felt important. Saturday afternoon I made myself a late lunch and tried to read. The book was a mystery novel, which felt like a stupid choice, but I was committed to ordinariness, to the maintenance of routine. If I acted normally, normal would hold. That was the logic I was working with, even if I didn't fully believe it. At 3 o'clock, I went to brush my teeth. The bathroom light came on. The mirror revealed itself. For just a moment, before I engaged my critical mind, before I started explaining what I was seeing, I looked at the space it reflected, and I felt something shift in my chest. The apartment was there. That part was normal. The living room, the hallway, the kitchen edge. But there was something else now. Another doorway. Not one I had ever seen in the actual apartment. It was visible in the mirror as a threshold, a darkened opening in what should have been a blank wall. It was positioned where I knew the bathroom was, my actual bathroom, the one I was standing in, but recessed slightly, set further back, positioned as if the wall extended deeper than it actually did. And through that doorway, in the darkness beyond, I could see something beginning to become clear. A room, not bright, but gradually becoming more defined, more detailed, more real with each second I looked at it. I stepped back from the mirror. My reflection stepped back too. Naturally, the doorway remained. The room beyond it continued to clarify. I could see a window now, I think. The edge of furniture. The corner of something that might have been a bed. This was when I understood something in a way that made my stomach drop, even as my hands remained steady, even as my breathing stayed level. The room in the mirror wasn't just being shown to me. It was showing itself to me. It was becoming more present, more defined, more real, with the simple act of my attention. It was becoming, in a word known, I left the bathroom. I closed the door. I did not look at the mirror again for the rest of the day. That night, I sat in the living room on the dark side of the windows, and I thought about what I was sure of and what I could not explain. I was sure the mirror in my bathroom was reflecting something that was not quite the apartment I lived in. I was sure this had begun 3 days ago, on a small scale, and had been slowly clarifying. I was sure that the more I looked, the more detailed whatever I was seeing became. I was not sure if this was impossible, or simply something I had not yet developed a framework for understanding. By the time I went to bed, I had decided I would not look at the mirror until Morgan returned. I would use the kitchen sink to brush my teeth. I would avoid the bathroom entirely if I could. And in the time until they arrived, I would think of some explanation that made sense. Some way to discuss this without sounding like I had lost the precise grip on reality I had always taken for granted. Sunday passed this way. No bathroom. No mirror. Just the 3 rooms I inhabited. The bedroom, the kitchen, the living room, moving between them in a path that made no unnecessary turns. I felt the apartment around me, familiar and wrong in equal measure. The walls seemed to know I was avoiding one of their rooms. The hallway seemed to wait. By Sunday evening, I was aware that my avoidance had made the thing larger. Not the mirror itself, but my relationship to it. The more I didn't look, the more I wondered what it was showing. Whether the room in the darkness had continued to clarify. Whether other doorways had appeared. Whether the hallway bathroom door was still open, still waiting, still beckoning with that particular width. I slept poorly. Monday morning came with the sound of Morgan's key in the lock, their voice in the hallway, the sound of their suitcase being dragged into the spare bedroom, the simple, beautiful normalcy of another person filling up the empty spaces. I didn't tell them about the mirror. I want to be honest about why. It wasn't because I thought they wouldn't believe me. It wasn't shame or fear of judgment. It was something quieter than that. It was the knowledge that once I spoke about it, once I made the thing real by describing it to another person, then it would be real in a way it currently wasn't. Right now, in the small secret of my own mind, there was still room for it to be error, illusion, misremembering. Once Morgan knew, the thing would have weight. So I didn't tell them. I made dinner. We caught up about their assignment. I listened to them describe a conference, some new clients, a colleague who had left. Normal conversation, the kind of thing that fills a space and makes it feel like home. That night, after Morgan had gone to bed, I found myself standing at the hallway bathroom door, not at the mirror, at the actual door. My hand was on the handle. The door was cold under my palm. I stood there for a long time, not turning it, just feeling the way it was closed, sealed, regular. On the other side of this door was a normal bathroom, a sink, a toilet, a mirror, the ordinary equipment of a home, or something else, something that hadn't quite finished becoming whatever it was meant to be. I removed my hand. I went to bed. The next morning, I told myself I would look at the mirror one more time, not to understand it, just to confirm what I had already seen, just to establish some kind of baseline so that when Morgan noticed something, when they eventually asked why I was avoiding the bathroom, I would have accurate information to reference. The data, as it were. The facts of what I was actually seeing versus what I was imagining. This was the excuse I gave myself. What I was actually doing was preparing to cross a threshold. I could feel it. The thing in the mirror was waiting. It had been becoming clearer every time I looked, every time my attention gave it definition and substance. The room beyond that impossible doorway had been assembling itself from darkness into detail. And I knew, in the way you sometimes know things without being told, that if I looked one more time, if I stood in front of that mirror with full attention, if I let my eyes follow that hallway and find that doorway and trace the outline of the room beyond it, then something would shift. Not in the mirror, in me. The understanding that the spaces shown to me weren't error or reflection. They were possibility. Other arrangements of the apartment, other versions of the rooms I inhabited. They were there, in the mirror, waiting for me to acknowledge them fully. Waiting for me to accept that a space could be both closed and open, both here and somewhere else, until I looked at it carefully enough to decide which one it really was. I made coffee. I watched Morgan move through the kitchen, their normal movements, their ordinary presence. They looked at me once with a small question on their face, the look you give someone who seems distant, and I smiled back the way you're supposed to. They didn't ask what was wrong. By mid-morning, they had gone out to run errands. I stood in front of the bathroom mirror. The apartment reflected in it was becoming more detailed. The room beyond the impossible doorway was almost clear now. I could see the shape of furniture, the texture of walls, a window with light coming through it, though I couldn't place that window in the actual apartment. It looked like it faced the same direction, but deeper, as if the wall extended further than walls are supposed to. There was something else, too. A presence, not a person. Something that had begun to become aware of me the way I was becoming aware of it. I stepped closer to the mirror. The room in the reflection stepped closer, too. I could feel it now. The thing in the other space. The rooms that weren't quite my apartment but were made from it anyway. They were reaching, not across the glass, but through it, searching for some kind of acknowledgement, some kind of permission to become more real than they currently were. I understood that if I stood in front of this mirror for long enough, if I truly gave it my complete attention, if I stopped looking at the reflection and started looking through it, the distinction between the two spaces would dissolve. The thing reaching through would find its bridge. And I wasn't certain anymore whether that would be dangerous or simply inevitable. I stepped back. My hands were shaking. I made myself leave the bathroom. I closed the door behind me, a gesture that felt more performative than protective, and went to the living room, where the late morning light was normal and flat and refused to suggest anything beneath it. For 3 days after that, I didn't go near the bathroom mirror. I avoided it the way you avoid a conversation you're not ready to have. I used the small mirror in the bedroom. I showered with my eyes forward. At night, I took the long way around the hallway rather than past the bathroom door. Morgan asked if I was feeling okay. I told them I'd been sleeping poorly. It wasn't entirely untrue. But the apartment began to feel different. Not wrong, exactly. That would have been easier to name. It was more like living in a space that was slowly becoming unfamiliar. The way a room can shift when you've been away for a long time and forgotten its exact proportions. Except I hadn't been away. I was here. I was always here. And yet something was changing in how the spaces related to each other. The kitchen felt farther from the bedroom than it used to. Not physically. I knew the distance was the same when I measured it with my steps, but perceptually, there was more hallway between them than there should have been. The living room seemed to have acquired a corner that didn't exist before, a settled angle in the wall that made the space feel asymmetrical when I wasn't looking directly at it. I found myself relearning the apartment's layout constantly. On the fourth morning, I noticed that the door to the bedroom closet wouldn't open the way it used to. It still opened, the hinges worked fine, but it required a slight turn of my body, a particular angle of approach that felt necessary and precise, as though the closet had moved slightly or I had moved, and we were negotiating a new relationship with each other. I mentioned it to Morgan while they made breakfast. "The closet stuck," I said. They tried it. It opened without any issue. They looked at me with that same small question on their face. "Seems fine." It took me a moment this morning. "Maybe you were tired," they said, and returned to their toast. That afternoon I found a door in the hallway that I didn't remember. Not a new door, exactly. More like a door that had always been there and had finally become visible. It was a narrow panel, painted the same color as the wall, with a handle that looked like it had been there for decades. I stood in front of it for a long time, trying to place where it led. The living room was on one side of the hallway, the bathroom on the other. There was no space for another room, no closet even. The door simply didn't make sense in the geography of the apartment, but it was undeniably there. I didn't open it. Instead, I went back to the kitchen and found Morgan unpacking groceries. "Is there a storage closet in the hallway?" I asked. "A narrow one?" "I don't think so." "Why?" "I thought I saw something." They looked at me with genuine concern now. "Are you sure you're sleeping okay?" I realized I couldn't remember the last time I'd actually slept. Not deeply. I'd been lying in bed, aware of the dark, aware of Morgan beside me breathing in their regular pattern, but never actually crossing over into unconsciousness. Instead, there was a state I'd been entering. Not quite sleep, not quite waking, where the apartment around me became fluid and negotiable, where the walls seemed to hold conversations with each other, where rooms rearranged themselves in the soft space between one breath and the next. "I'm fine," I told Morgan. "Just stressed about work." That night, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror again. I hadn't meant to. I'd gotten up for water, and my feet had carried me there by habit. And suddenly, I was standing in the dark bathroom with my hand on the light switch, knowing that when I turned it on, the reflection would have changed. The room beyond the glass would be clearer. The thing reaching through would be closer. I turned the light on. The mirror showed me the bathroom, but also showed me the other place. The two images were overlapping now, transparent, existing in the same space without fully merging. In the reflection, I could see the window I'd noticed before, and it was darker than the bathroom light suggested it should be. A window on the opposite side of reality, looking out at a version of the world I couldn't quite perceive. And in the reflection, in the other bathroom, or the same bathroom viewed from the other side of existence, there was movement. It wasn't distinct enough to have a shape. It was more like the way water moves when something disturbs it, a disturbance in the presence that had been reaching through the glass. It was aware of me now, fully and completely. I could feel the weight of that awareness like pressure against my skin. I looked away quickly and left the bathroom without turning off the light. In the hallway, I passed the narrow door again. This time, I was almost certain it hadn't been there when I'd walked past it an hour before. Or perhaps it had always been there, and I was only now perceiving it correctly. The distinction felt important and impossible to determine. Morgan was asleep when I got back to the bedroom. I lay beside them in the dark, unable to close my eyes, listening to the apartment settle and shift around us. The sounds were normal, the hum of the refrigerator, the ambient noise of a building at night, the distant sound of a television playing in another unit. But they seemed to be coming from different distances now, from rooms at different angles, from spaces that folded into each other in ways I couldn't map. By morning, I was certain of something. The apartment had more rooms than it did before. Not new rooms exactly. Rooms that had always been there, in the margins and the overlaps, waiting for me to acknowledge them. Rooms that existed in the mirror, and in the spaces between my perceptions of the mirror, and in the territory where I could no longer distinguish between what I was seeing and what I was remembering about what I had seen. Morgan asked me again if I was feeling all right. Their voice carried genuine worry now. They said I looked unwell. They said maybe I should see someone. They said they'd been noticing things, too. The apartment didn't feel quite right, did it? The layout seemed strange sometimes, like they were walking through it and discovering it had more depth than before. I looked at them carefully. "You've noticed it?" "A little," they admitted. I thought maybe I was just tired, too. But yeah, something's off. We stood together in the kitchen, in the middle of the apartment, in a space that suddenly felt both smaller and larger than it should have been. And I realized that the thing reaching through the mirror wasn't just reaching toward me anymore. It was reaching toward both of us. It was reaching into the spaces we inhabited together, into the shared reality we'd agreed existed. And we were both beginning to see the doorways it was opening. The change accelerated after that conversation. It started with the walls. Not visibly moving, nothing so crude as that. But their position seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The hallway that led from the bedroom to the kitchen, which I'd walked 1,000 times, suddenly had an extra turn in it. Just a subtle jog to the left that hadn't been there, or had always been there and my mind had straightened it out until now. The distance felt longer. My footsteps echoed differently. Morgan noticed it the same way I had. We didn't discuss it much. There was a strange reluctance to speak about these things directly, as if naming them might deepen their hold. But I'd catch them standing at doorways, measuring distances with their eyes, their expression caught between confusion and the effort of memory, trying to remember if a room had always been that deep, trying to reconcile the apartment in their current perception with the apartment in their stored memory, and finding the two accounts increasingly difficult to reconcile. The narrow door appeared again. This time it was in the hallway outside the bedroom, and I was certain, absolutely certain, that it hadn't been there the night before. Morgan saw it at the same moment I did. We stood in the hallway together looking at it. It was very plain. Dark wood, unmarked, no visible lock. It belonged to the apartment the way a scar belongs to skin, as if it had always been part of the body, even if you'd never noticed it before. "Where does that lead?" Morgan asked quietly. I didn't answer because I didn't know. More troubling, I wasn't sure I could reach it if I tried. The distance from where we stood to that door seemed to shift when I focused on it, the hallway expanding and contracting like breathing. It was perhaps 15 feet away. It was perhaps a mile away. The certainty flickered between the two measurements like a failing light. That night, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror again. I'd been avoiding it, but the pull had become too strong. The apartment was reaching toward me through every reflective surface. I could feel it in the black screens of the television, in the dark window panes, in the polished surface of the refrigerator door. But the mirror was the strongest. The mirror was the mouth. The double vision was complete now. I didn't see my reflection anymore. I saw instead a version of the bathroom that lay beneath or beyond the one I occupied. The tiles were the same color, but arranged in a different pattern. The fixtures hung at slightly wrong angles. And the window, that impossible window looking out onto a place I couldn't perceive, was now clearly visible, and something was pressing against it from the other side. Not pressing in the way a hand presses, more like the way pressure itself has presence. Like the darkness behind the glass had weight and intention, and was testing the boundary between its space and mine. I stood there for what might have been minutes or hours. Time felt unreliable now. It seemed to pool and eddy around certain moments, stretching them out, while other sequences of events compressed into instants. The thing at the window turned its attention fully toward me. I felt it like cold spreading across my skin, like the moment before a fever breaks. It wasn't looking at me. Looking implied eyes, perception, consciousness. This was simpler and more comprehensive. It was aware of me the way a room is aware of the air inside it. Total, inescapable, I left the mirror and went to find Morgan. They were in the living room, sitting on the edge of the couch, staring at a corner of the apartment where two walls met. The angle looked wrong. It was more acute than a right angle, the two walls leaning toward each other slightly, as if the space between them had been compressed from the outside. "It's happening faster," Morgan said without looking at me. Their voice was hollow. "The changes. They're happening faster now. We need to leave," I said. The words came out automatic, reflexive. We needed to leave. Of course we needed to leave. But even as I said it, I understood with sudden and nauseating clarity that leaving was no longer a simple matter. The apartment had become something else. The boundaries between inside and outside had developed fissures. I wasn't sure anymore where the apartment ended and the world beyond it began. We moved toward the front door together. It was where it had always been, in the entryway, the first barrier between the apartment and the hallway beyond. Morgan reached for the handle. The door was cold, colder than any door should be. Morgan's hand jerked back as if burned. The hallway, they whispered. I looked through the peephole. The hallway should have been visible, a stretch of beige carpet, the pale walls, the numbered doors of neighboring units. Instead, I saw only the bathroom, my bathroom, the one with the mirror and the window looking out at a place without perceivable geography, the one where the thing on the other side of the glass was pressing harder now, testing the integrity of the boundary. The peephole was showing me a room that wasn't adjacent to the front door, a room that existed in a direction that shouldn't have been possible. Morgan made a sound, not quite a word, not quite a cry, something between understanding and denial. We turned away from the door. The apartment spread out around us in directions that multiplied when I tried to map them. The narrow door was visible from the living room now. It stood at the far end of the hallway, waiting, and behind us I could feel the presence pressing through all the reflective surfaces at once. The television screen, the dark windows, the polish on every smooth surface. It wasn't trying to get in anymore. It had realized something that we were only now beginning to understand. It was already here. It had always been here. It existed in the spaces between our perceptions, in the gaps between what we remembered and what we were seeing. The apartment hadn't been invaded. The apartment was the invasion, and we were only just now perceiving it correctly, the way it truly was, stripped of the familiar shapes and proportions that allowed us to live inside it without understanding what we were actually inhabiting. Morgan moved toward the narrow door, not eagerly, not with any choice in the matter, as if the distance between us and the door had simply become an inevitability. A geography that had always existed was finally being acknowledged. I found myself moving with him down the hallway that was definitely longer than it used to be, toward the frame of dark wood that waited with patience. Terrible inevitability. The handle was cool under my palm. "Don't," Morgan said, but their voice was empty. We both knew that not going through the door was no longer possible. The apartment had curved around us. It had folded. There was no other direction left to move. I turned the handle. The door opened with a sound like silence expanding. The room beyond was exactly what I expected and nothing I could have prepared for. It was the apartment, but not. It was the space I'd been glimpsing in reflections, in the margins of my perception, in the gaps between memory and current sight. It was the place the thing at the window had been watching from all along, and it was waiting for us with the patient. Terrible knowledge that we had always been meant to find our way here, that every hallway that felt too long, every doorway that wasn't quite where we remembered it, every moment of disorientation and doubled vision had been leading us inexorably to this moment, to this threshold, to this terrible and undeniable acknowledgement of what the apartment actually was. We stepped through together, and the narrow door closed softly behind us. The apartment, in all its normal perception, stood empty and innocent in the darkness. The mirror in the bathroom reflected only the bathroom. The window showed only the street beyond, silent and ordinary. The hallway held its familiar length. The walls met at proper angles. To anyone who looked, it would appear exactly as it had for years. A place where people lived. A place that made sense. But the walls were thinner now, the boundaries more permeable, because something else understood, now, what had always been possible. And it knew other addresses. I don't remember leaving the apartment. That's the first thing I need to say, because it matters in a way that still makes my chest tight when I think about it. I don't remember walking down the stairs. I don't remember the street. I don't remember getting to the hospital 3 blocks away where Morgan was already sitting in the waiting room looking like someone who had walked through a door that shouldn't exist and come out the other side of reasonable things. A neighbor found us. That's what the police said. They found us on the corner of the block, standing motionless in the rain, not speaking, not moving when they tried to approach. I have no memory of that either. There's a gap, not a blackness exactly, more like a place where my mind simply stops recording information, stops insisting that linear time is a thing that happened. The apartment is still there. I know this because I drove past it twice. I didn't go in. I didn't even want to, though I told myself that's what I was considering. I parked across the street and looked up at the windows and felt something in my chest that was almost like grief, almost like loss, but closer to the feeling of waking from a dream where you've known something important and watching it slip away the moment your eyes open. The knowing remains. The detail dissolves. From the street, it looked exactly like it always had. Yellow brick, fire escape, the wrought iron railing on the front steps. A building, an ordinary building, the kind of place where ordinary people lived and slept and made dinner and didn't question the geometry of their hallways. Morgan stopped answering my calls after the first week. I understood. I didn't need them to explain it. There are some experiences that burn away your ability to feel ordinary comfort in the presence of another person, not because they did anything wrong, but because they were there, because they saw you see it, because together you've crossed a threshold that doesn't show on any map, and the only way to live afterward is to pretend, very carefully, that you're still on one side of it. I tried to pretend. The doctor I saw, the second one, after the first one decided I needed referrals to specialists, asked me if I was having trouble distinguishing between memory and present reality. The question felt like a trap constructed by someone who had never looked at the way light falls in a place it shouldn't. I told him no. I told him I was sleeping fine. I told him the dreams were normal. All of that was technically true. What I didn't tell him was about the hallway in my new apartment. I moved 3 weeks after we left, not because I needed to, but because staying in a familiar space had become intolerable. Every room felt like it was showing me something in the angle of its walls, in the proportional relationship between its dimensions. I spent nights mapping out the footage, calculating whether the bedroom was really as wide as I remembered, whether the kitchen extended back as far as it should. The new place is smaller. A studio really barely the size of Morgan's old bedroom, but it's compact in a way that feels honest. No room for hallways that multiply. No space for doors to exist that lead to versions of rooms I haven't entered. Except there's one hallway, a very small one, really, just the passage from the front door to the main living area. 4 feet, maybe 5. Nothing remarkable, except some days it feels longer. Not all the time. Not enough that I could point to it and say, here is the proof. Here is the thing that shouldn't be possible. Just certain times. Afternoons mostly, when the light comes through the window at a particular angle. Mornings when I'm still half asleep and my perception hasn't quite reasserted its familiar rules. I'll walk from my door to my living room, and I'll feel the space stretch imperceptibly. Just enough to make me aware that I've walked a little farther than geometry should have required. It never changes when I look at it directly. I've tried. I've measured it with a tape measure, exactly 4.3 feet. I've walked it counting steps, 6 steps, always 6 steps. I've timed it, 5 seconds of steady walking, all of it normal, all of it reasonable, all of it exactly what the apartment says it should be. But in the moments between consciousness and waking, in the peripheral sensation of movement, in the way my body experiences distance before my mind catches up to report it, it's different. It's longer, or deeper, or extends in a direction that doesn't have a name. I don't open the doors in my new apartment very often. I've arranged my life so I don't have to. I keep my bathroom in the main room. I sleep on a fold-out bed. I eat in restaurants. I work at an office that sits on a grid I understand completely. I've made my existence as small and compressed as possible. A life I can track with my eyes. A space I can map. But the hallway remains. And some mornings when I'm making coffee and I'm not thinking too carefully about the space behind me, I catch my reflection in the dark window of the microwave. And in that quick silver glimpse of myself, I see doors. Not in my apartment, not in any apartment I've ever been inside. Doors that exist in the hallway that extends beyond the walls of this building, beyond the street, beyond the part of the world that fits comfortably into the categories of real estate and property lines. I'm not afraid of it anymore. That's what troubles me most. Fear requires a belief in the separation between self and threat. At some point in that narrow door, stepping through into a room that was the apartment and wasn't, I lost that separation. The apartment wasn't invading us. The apartment was acknowledging what had always been true. And I am still inside it, even though I've moved 3 times since then. The hallway that's not quite the length it should be is just a symptom. The real apartment, the one that exists in the margins and the gaps and the spaces between what we remember and what we're perceiving, that one came with me. It knows other addresses now. The thing behind the windows learned. It understands that the geography of hallways isn't limited to a single building, that every apartment, every home, every ordinary domestic space contains the same potential, the same hidden depth, the same terrible, patient architecture underneath the familiar shapes we live inside. I don't know what it's doing with that knowledge, but sometimes when I'm walking somewhere, through a mall, down a corridor at work, through the hallway of someone else's home, I feel that same sensation of distance stretching in ways that shouldn't be possible. And I understand, with a clarity that feels almost like remembering, that I'm not the only one who's noticed, that someone else has felt their hallway grow longer than it should be, that someone else has seen a door in a place that doesn't match the floor plan of their apartment, that someone else is now beginning to understand what I understand, that the apartment was never just mine. It's been waiting in all of them, patient and immense, the way I imagine an ocean waits inside a single drop of water. And every person who's ever felt disoriented by the geometry of a familiar room, every person who stood in a hallway and felt the distance between 2 points become negotiable, every person who's caught themselves thinking, was this always here? Is learning what we learned, the rooms we live in have always been larger than we perceive them, and they are still expanding. Story 2, my desk calendar fills itself with yesterday's appointments. The desk sits 3 feet from the window, and I've learned that if I angle my chair just right, I can see the neighbor's cat without turning my head. It's a gray thing, perpetually restless, and it crosses the street at roughly the same time every morning. 10:14 a.m., give or take 90 seconds. I've noticed. I notice things. This is what happens when you work from home. The world shrinks to the size of a room. The room becomes obsessively knowable. I've been remote for 5 years now, and the office has evolved in small intentional increments. The desk is walnut, second-hand from an estate sale 3 states away. The chair is ergonomic in theory and uncomfortable in practice, but I've shaped my spine to it anyway. The shelves hold technical manuals I no longer read and a few books I've never opened. The walls are a soft gray that was supposed to feel calming. It mostly feels like the inside of a cloud. On Tuesday, or Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday, I was reaching into the lower drawer to find a particular folder when my hand caught on something wedged in the back corner. A calendar. Old paper calendar, the kind nobody uses anymore, with a plastic spiral binding that had gone slightly warped. The year printed at the top was 4 years old. I almost threw it away. There was a moment where that seemed like the obvious choice. But I'm not good at throwing things away without examining them first. I've been called meticulous, also obsessive, though not to my face. The calendar was from a dental office that no longer exists. It had large, easy-to-read squares and that particular smell old paper gets. Not musty exactly, but compressed. Compressed time. I flipped through it. Most of the squares were empty. A few had notes in small, precise handwriting, appointment reminders, bill due dates, that sort of thing. None of it felt urgent or recent. I decided I'd use it. This wasn't strategic thinking. It was just the simple economics of a detail-minded person. The grid was perfect, the squares were large, and I didn't need an accurate calendar for the work I do. Most of my appointments exist in the cloud somewhere, synced across devices, time-stamped and cross-referenced. A paper calendar was just for notes, for the small things that require tangibility. I found the last free nail in the office wall, the one behind the bookshelf, the one I'd apparently been saving for something, and I hung it up. The nail slid in smoothly. The calendar landed level on the first try. These small satisfactions matter when your world is four walls and a window. I sat back down at the desk. The calendar was now directly in my line of sight if I looked up and slightly to the right. The gray of the walls somehow made the paper seem brighter. Older, too, in a way that felt intentional now instead of forgotten. It was evening. I remember that. The light through the window had gone the soft gold of late day, that tender hour when the sun loses its teeth. The neighbor's cat was nowhere visible. The street was quiet in the way suburban streets are quiet, the absence of noise that somehow feels louder than sound. I turned back to my work. The following morning I woke up the way I always do, at 6:47 a.m. without an alarm. My body has learned the schedule of this office. My body has learned the rhythm of isolation. I didn't go to the office immediately. I made coffee first. I showered. I sat on the edge of the bed for longer than necessary, which is something I've been doing more of lately without entirely understanding why. These pauses, these gaps where nothing happens and you notice the nothing. By the time I reached the desk, it was 8:31 a.m. I was sitting down, settling into the chair, when I saw it. Yesterday's square, the date was September 14th, had something written in it. I was certain it hadn't been there the night before. Not completely certain. Not the kind of certainty you can build an argument on, but certain enough that it registered as unusual. The handwriting was mine. I recognized it immediately. The particular slant of it, the way I loop certain letters. The ink was black ballpoint, the same kind I use. The appointment read, Dr. Reeves, 2:45 p.m. I stared at it for a very long time. I don't have a doctor named Reeves. I don't go to doctors if I can avoid it. I've been to 3 doctors in the past decade, and I remember all their names, and none of them were Reeves. And I certainly hadn't written this. I hadn't written anything on that calendar at all. I'd only hung it the day before. The logical thing would have been to accept that I had written it and forgotten. The human brain does this. We do things on autopilot. We make notes and don't remember them, especially when you work alone, especially when the days blur together. But I knew I hadn't written it. The handwriting was close enough to mine to be immediately readable. Intimate in that way only your own hand can be. But there was something in the forming of the letters that didn't feel like memory. The way the P in Reeves curled at the top felt unfamiliar. The cross of the T in 245 was too heavy. These are small things. These are the kinds of things that only someone like me would notice. I sat there for a long time, just looking. The coffee got cold. The morning kept moving. The neighbor's cat crossed the street, and I missed it because I was staring at a calendar square with an appointment that didn't belong to me, written in my hand. I picked up a pen, a different pen, I made sure of that, and I opened my phone. I searched for a Dr. Reeves in my area. There were 4. None of them seemed to be dentists, and I had no records of ever booking an appointment with any of them. There was no email confirmation, no text message, no entry in my digital calendar. I pulled up my email from yesterday. I usually check it dozens of times a day. Nothing that would have prompted a doctor's visit. Nothing unusual at all. I didn't erase the writing. I told myself I was being cautious, keeping evidence, keeping the facts intact. In truth, I was afraid to touch it, as though touching it might make it mean something more, or something different. Instead, I moved the chair slightly to the left so the calendar was less directly in my field of vision, and I tried to work. It was harder than I expected. My eyes kept drifting back to that square. The words sat in it like something alive and waiting, like something that had gotten inside my office and was now trying to figure out what I was. By afternoon, I decided it was a mistake. Someone's mistake, or my mistake, or some strange confluence of circumstances I didn't understand yet. But mistakes are explainable. Mistakes are the baseline assumption. I went about my day, and I tried not to think about it. That night, I didn't look at the calendar before bed. Thursday morning, I woke at 6:47 again. The routine held steady. By 8:35 a.m., I was at the desk. Wednesday's square now had an entry. Another appointment, same handwriting. Dental cleaning, 10:00 a.m., Dr. Paulson's office. My mouth went very dry. Dr. Paulson is my actual dentist. I go every 6 months, and I was due, but I hadn't booked anything. The last appointment was in March. The next one would be in, I did the math quickly, November, maybe December, not this week, not any time soon. And yet here it was, in my handwriting, in yesterday's square. I stood up from the desk and walked to the window. The street was empty. The cat was nowhere to be seen. The houses across from mine were the same as they always are. Shuttered, private, unknowable. Someone was living in each of them, doing their own work, noticing their own small things, moving through their own ordinary days. I found that thought comforting and terrifying in equal measure. When I turned back around, I could see both squares now from where I stood. September 14th and September 15th. Both marked, both in my hand, both impossible. I went to the calendar and looked at it closely, as though proximity might reveal something. The ink was the same. The handwriting was the same. The paper around the writing was undisturbed. No cross-outs, no corrections, no indication that anything unusual had happened. Just 2 neat entries, dated correctly, written by someone who knew my hand better than I did. I didn't touch it. Instead, I spent the rest of Thursday in a state of low-level dread that I told myself was nothing. Just a gap in my memory. Just something I'd forgotten I'd done. People forget things all the time, especially people alone, especially people whose days blur together like watercolors in rain. By Friday morning, September 16th, there were 3 entries on the calendar. Thursday's square read, Blake called, didn't pick up. Called back? I don't know anyone named Blake. I sat down very carefully in my chair, and I tried to breathe the way you're supposed to breathe when panic is creeping in at the edges. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The gray walls looked darker. The window looked smaller. I pulled my phone up. No missed calls from anyone named Blake. No voicemail. Nothing in my call history. No texts, no emails, Nothing in any of my communication logs that would suggest I'd been contacted by someone named Blake. The handwriting on the calendar was looser now, less precise. The tail of the question mark seemed to curve in a way I wouldn't naturally write. And yet it was still unmistakably my hand, the same muscle memory, the same quirks, just less controlled. I opened my contacts, no Blake. I tried searching my email, nothing. I searched my message apps, nothing. I'd never been contacted by anyone with that name as far as I could verify. The dread turned solid then. It became something with weight. I looked at all three entries together. Dr. Reeves, who didn't exist. Dr. Paulson, who did. Blake, who hadn't called. Each one sitting in its own square like a claim being made on time itself. Like yesterday, for all three of them, had already been lived through without me. That afternoon I almost called someone. A friend. Or what passes for a friend when you work from home and have limited social contact. I picked up my phone multiple times and put it down again. What would I even say? That someone had written appointments on my wall calendar without my knowledge? In my own handwriting? What would that sound like? What would that actually mean? Instead, I did nothing. I worked. I made dinner. I tried to watch something on television and couldn't focus. I went to bed at a normal time and stared at the ceiling for hours, trying to reconstruct Thursday. Trying to remember if there was any moment where I'd written these things without thinking about it. Any autopilot moment where my hand had moved without my conscious participation. There wasn't. I was sure of that. Saturday morning was the worst one yet. I was almost afraid to look. I sat at the desk, coffee in hand, and I kept my eyes on my computer for a long moment before finally turning my head to the calendar. Friday's square was filled. The handwriting was even less my own now, still recognizable, but like seeing yourself in a fun house mirror, fundamentally your features warped. Appointment 3:15 p.m. important. Don't forget. See attached below. Morgan, this matters. There was nothing attached below. Nothing on the square below. Just that message, sitting alone, and the accusation it contained, that I would forget. That something important existed, and I wasn't keeping track of it. That somewhere in the system of my life, something essential had been misplaced. I stared at it for so long that the letters started to blur. By Saturday evening, I couldn't remember what Friday had actually felt like. I couldn't remember what I'd done. The day had happened. Obviously it had happened. The world had moved forward. The sun had risen and set. But I couldn't grasp any of the details. It felt like trying to remember a dream after you've been awake too long. I tried writing down what I thought I'd done. The words looked false as I wrote them. Sunday morning, September 17th, Saturday's square was marked. The handwriting was almost unrecognizable now, hurried, angry-looking, though I wasn't sure why I thought that. The message said, "You're running out of time. Check the others. You know what you did." My hands went cold. I went back through all the squares. Dr. Reeves' dental cleaning, Blake called. Don't forget. You know what you did. A narrative was building itself, a story that someone else was writing in my hand about me and about something I had apparently done and then forgotten. Something that mattered enough that it had to be written down. Something that someone, some part of me, some other version was trying to get me to remember. I wanted to tear the calendar down. I moved toward it, felt my hand begin to reach up, and then I stopped. What if taking it down made it worse? What if the calendar was the only thing keeping the record? What if this was the calendar trying to help me, trying to force me to remember before I lost the thread entirely? Instead, I left it where it was, and I sat at my desk, and I waited for Monday. Monday came the way Monday always did, quietly, without ceremony, with the alarm I didn't remember setting going off at 6:15 in the morning. I lay in bed for a long time, watching the light come in through the blinds in pale lines, trying to remember if I'd set that alarm or if the calendar had. The coffee tasted different. I thought about this while I drank it, sitting at the kitchen counter. It tasted like the coffee I always drank, from the same bag in the pantry that I'd bought 3 weeks ago, but something about it was off. The temperature was right. The ratio of grounds to water was the same as always. But there was a flavor underneath it, metallic almost, that made my throat tighten. I poured the rest of it down the drain and didn't drink another cup. The calendar was waiting for me at my desk. Monday Square was empty. That was the first strange thing. For 5 days it had been filling itself, and now there was nothing. Just the blank space where something should have been written, and the longer I looked at it, the more it felt like an accusation, not of something I'd done, but of something I'd failed to do, something I'd missed by not looking at the right moment. I checked the calendar 3 times that morning. I left my desk to make a call to a client, came back, and it was still empty. Then I went to get mail from the hallway, and when I returned, lunch, 12:30. Don't be late, you promised. The handwriting was cleaner this time. Controlled, I didn't recognize it at all. I sat in my chair for nearly an hour, just staring at that sentence. I hadn't promised anyone lunch. There was no one in my life right now who would expect me to show up anywhere at a specific time. My family was 3 states away. I'd broken things off with Alex 6 months ago. Work was remote. I existed in a small, enclosed space of my own making, and no one had any claims on my time. I looked at my phone. No texts, no missed calls, no calendar notifications from some other app. I checked all of them, opening each one with increasing urgency. Nothing, just this message written in a hand that wasn't quite mine. I convinced myself I'd written it earlier and simply forgotten, that I was testing myself somehow, without realizing it, playing some kind of anxious game with my own mind. But at 12:25 my hand started to shake. It wasn't severe. It was the kind of thing I might have attributed to too much caffeine or not enough sleep, which wasn't true, but which was the kind of explanation I could accept. The tremor moved through my fingers and made it hard to type. I put my hands flat on the desk and waited for it to pass. It didn't pass. It just continued, this small, steady vibration in the bones of my wrists until 12:35 came and went, and I released a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. The shaking stopped immediately. I didn't look at the calendar again until evening. Tuesday Square was half filled with text. Missed it. She's disappointed. You're not remembering properly anymore. We're going to have to do this differently. The word caught in my chest like something sharp. I went through my drawers looking for what I didn't know. Some evidence of who she might be. Some explanation that lived outside the calendar. I found the usual things. Old bills, client contracts, a photo from a work event from 3 years ago where I was standing next to 7 people I barely remembered. No notes, no letters, no hidden documentation of a relationship I'd somehow erased from my conscious mind. The apartment felt smaller on Tuesday night. The walls seemed closer to the desk than they had before. I measured them with my eyes, the distance from where I sat to the corner, and it looked shorter than it should have. But when I actually walked from one point to the other, counting steps, it was fine. It was exactly the right distance. My apartment was normal. My mind, apparently, was not. By Wednesday morning, I'd started to notice other things. The coffee maker sounded different. Not the mechanism itself. The coffee maker had the same hum. The same quiet mechanical click when it finished brewing, but something about the sound seemed to come from farther away. I'd look up expecting it to be finished, and it would still be processing. Or I'd step away thinking I had time, and when I returned after only a minute, the pot was already cooling and I'd somehow miscalculated how long the cycle took. My watch, which had been keeping perfect time all month, was running 3 minutes slow. Then 5 minutes fast. Then slow again. I had it serviced once, years ago, and had never needed to adjust it. It had been reliable. Now it seemed to shift depending on what I was looking at or thinking about, as though my attention was affecting its function. The hallway outside my apartment door had always been the same length, 22 steps from my door to the elevator. I used to count them on mornings when my mind was elsewhere. 22 steps. Always. On Wednesday afternoon, I counted 31. On Thursday morning, I counted 18. I tried 3 times each day, and each time the number was different, and each time I couldn't figure out where the discrepancy lay. The hallway looked the same. The distance appeared unchanged, but my body, moving through it, seemed to be traversing different links. I mentioned none of this to anyone. Who would I tell? And what would I say? That my apartment might be shifting? That my perception was fracturing in small, specific ways? Thursday's square contained a single line, "She's fading. You need to remember her name." Friday arrived. I had made a mistake. I understood this with sudden, cold clarity. Sometime in the past week, in the days before the calendar started writing to itself, I had done something, made some choice, forgotten something important. And now there was a part of me that was trying to correct it, using the only tool available, my own handwriting, twisted into something almost unrecognizable by urgency and fear. The question was whether this part of me was trying to help, or whether it was the thing I'd forgotten. Whatever it was, trying to claw its way back into existence through the only avenue it had left. Friday's square held more text than any other day. The handwriting was nearly illegible, words overlapping, pressed into the paper so hard that if I held the calendar to the light, I could see the impression on the next page. Her name was Taylor. We were supposed to see her on Tuesday, but you made me cancel. You said you couldn't do it anymore. You said it was easier if you just didn't think about her. Morgan, we have to remember. We have to remember what we did. We have to remember why we can't remember. We have to remember that the writing stopped mid-sentence. The pen had pressed so hard that it had torn through the paper. I sat with the calendar open in front of me, staring at that half-written word, that evidence of something forceful trying to come through, trying to make me understand something that I had, at some point, decided not to understand. Taylor, the name sat in my chest like a weight. I knew that name. I knew it. But when I tried to follow that knowledge backward, to trace it to any memory or context, I found nothing. No image, no conversation, no explanation for why the sound of it made me feel like I was falling. Saturday Square remained blank all through the morning. I kept checking it, kept expecting something to appear, but nothing came. By Saturday evening, I began to realize that the calendar might have stopped trying to reach me, that perhaps the part of me that had been writing those messages had given up. Or perhaps, and this thought was worse, perhaps it had finally succeeded in breaking through, and what was left of the me that existed before Monday was too fragmented to write anything coherent anymore. I sat at my desk and I waited for Sunday. Sunday Square was not blank. It contained a single image, not words, not handwriting, but something that took me several long moments to parse. A drawing. Crude, hurried, rendered in the same frantic pen that had torn through Friday's entry. It showed a figure in a doorway. The figure's face had been scribbled over entirely, reduced to violent loops of ink that obscured any feature. But the posture was unmistakable. The way the shoulders were angled, the specific curve of the spine as it bent forward slightly, as though listening at a distance. I recognized the posture because I had seen it in my mirror. I closed the calendar. I opened it again. The drawing remained. I turned away from my desk toward the window and tried to focus on something external, the street below, the quality of afternoon light filtering through the buildings across the way. Ordinary things, grounded things, but my hands were shaking, and I couldn't seem to draw a full breath. By Sunday evening, I had begun moving through my apartment in a different way, not quite deliberately, but with a kind of unconscious purposefulness, as though my body knew something my mind was still refusing to acknowledge. I found myself standing in doorways I had no memory of approaching. I discovered myself sitting on the edge of the bathtub, though I had no recollection of walking into the bathroom. Twice I caught my reflection in unexpected places: the dark window of my laptop, the chrome surface of the refrigerator door, and had to stop and confirm that the person looking back was moving in sync with my movements. It was. It always was. But the delay felt fractionally longer than it should have been. Monday of the second week arrived with a sensation like waking from a sleep I hadn't realized I was in. I went to my desk. The calendar was open. I don't remember opening it. The square for Monday contained an address. Just that. No explanation. No context. An address written in my handwriting, but not current handwriting, not the way my hand had written for years. This was an older script, careful, the kind of writing I might have produced a decade ago, before my penmanship had become more careless and compressed. I recognized the address immediately. It was not my current apartment. It was a place I had lived before. A shared house, the kind that several people rented together. The kind of place where people came and went, where mail got misaddressed, where small items disappeared and no one could quite figure out who had moved them or when. I had moved out of that house nearly 8 years ago. I did not want to know why the calendar had written this address. I did not want to follow whatever thread was being dangled in front of me. But my hands were already moving, already opening the browser on my laptop, already typing. I found the street. I found the building. It existed still in the same location. A slightly different color than I remembered. The front porch had been rebuilt, but the bones of it were the same. I sat back in my chair. My hands remained on the keyboard. Tuesday's square filled itself while I was watching. I had taken the calendar to bed with me Monday night, unable to leave it in the other room, unable to stop looking at it. I woke at some point in the deep hours, not suddenly, but with a strange, gradual awareness that something had changed. When I opened the calendar by the light of my phone, the Tuesday square was full. The handwriting was mine again, but different from the frantic, desperate script of Thursday and Friday. This writing was slow, considered, as though the pen had paused between letters. You came home at 11:47 p.m. The door was unlocked. You knew it would be. You knew what you would find because part of you had been counting on it, waiting for it. You found the hallway dark and you did not turn on the lights. Some part of you did not want to see. Some part of you already knew. The bedroom was at the end of the hallway. It always was. You stood in the doorway for 43 minutes. You know this because you looked at your phone. You saw the time change 3 times and did not move. When you finally went inside, when you finally approached the bed, you found it empty. The emptiness was such a precise emptiness, not just an absence, but a presence of its own. The indent in the pillow, the way the blanket had been pushed back. The window was open, had been open for a long time perhaps. The curtains moved very slightly in the draft. You stood there. You did not call anyone. You did not check the other rooms. You did not open the window any further or look outside at the distance to the ground. You simply stood there, and you thought about how easily this was happening, how the thing you had been afraid of was occurring with such quiet inevitability. And then you left. You closed the door behind you. You went to the living room and you sat on the couch in the dark, and you did not move until the sun came up. When it was light, you called. You called and you made the story different. You made it simpler. You made it something that could be explained in ways that would not require anyone to ask too many questions about the events of that night, about why you had been there, about what she had said to you, about the argument that had finally, after months of careful distance, finally broken through and become real. I could not breathe steadily. I closed the calendar. I opened it again. The text remained unchanged, meticulous, a confession written in the careful penmanship of a person taking their time to ensure every word was legible. Taylor, the name sat in my chest still, but now it was connected to things, fragments of memory that I had somehow, at some point, deliberately chosen to let go of, or believed I had chosen, or had allowed myself to believe I had chosen, which amounted to the same thing. I got out of bed. I could not remain still. I moved through the apartment, and this time the hallway felt exactly the right length, exactly the number of steps I had always known it to be. 52. 52 steps, just as it should have been, just as it always had been, and perhaps the other countings had been the lie. Perhaps those had been another part of me trying to warn me that something was fractured, that the apartment had become a place where my own mind could not be trusted. Wednesday Square was blank until noon. I was sitting at work, the office a gray rectangle of fluorescent light and particle board dividers, when the calendar sitting in my messenger bag began to feel wrong. Heavier, pressurized, I excused myself and went into the bathroom, and I opened it with hands that did not feel like they belonged to me. Wednesday's entry was one word, repeated. It filled the entire square, overlapping itself, written over and over in increasingly small letters, as though the writer was trying to compress something that could not be contained. Remember, 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 remember. On Thursday, I did not go to work. I called in with a voice that sounded like it belonged to someone else. I spent the morning and afternoon sitting at my desk, hands flat against the surface, not touching the calendar. The square for Thursday was filling itself slowly, the way water fills a vessel, drop by drop. I watched the text accumulate. The difficult part is not remembering what happened. The difficult part is remembering that you made a choice. Not an impulsive choice, not an accident. You thought about it. You had weeks to think about it. You made the choice because it was easier than the alternative. The alternative was staying. The alternative was remaining present. The alternative was being the person that she believed you were. So you decided to forget. You made an appointment. Do you remember making the appointment? You sat in an office. You filled out a form. You signed your name. And then you asked for it. You asked to have the person that she loved removed from your life, not in the way that death removes people, but in the way that choice removes them, in the way that forgetting removes them. They said it was not normally done, that it was not standard procedure, but they said it was possible. They said that for the right price, for the right reason. No, not reason. They did not ask for reasons. They took the money. They made an appointment for you to return. When you returned, you were given a form. You were given a medication. You were told that the process was permanent, that you would have no recollection of it, that it would be as though the person had never been part of your life, except in those small ways that the brain sometimes retains without conscious memory. The unexplained weight in your chest, the automatic way you flinch at certain songs, the names you cannot bring yourself to think of directly. And then you left. And then you came home. And then you came to that house with the unlocked door, and you found the empty bed, and you found the open window, and you chose what story to tell. The part of you that is writing this has been trying for a week to make you understand what you are responsible for. Not to punish you, not to make you suffer, though perhaps you deserve both. but to make you understand that there are consequences to deciding not to exist in your own life, that there are prices paid when you choose to forget someone that you were supposed to remember. The handwriting was slowing now. The words were becoming looser, more fragmented, as though the part of me that had been writing was exhausted, as though it had spent all of its force in trying to breach the wall I had built, and now it was fading. The way the calendar had said days ago that she was fading. I closed the calendar. I held it for a long moment. Then I opened it again to the week that was now ending, and I looked at all of the entries, the numbers that did not match, the warning, the desperate message, the address, the confession, the plea to remember, all of it my own writing, all of it my own hand, trying to reach across the gulf of a choice I had made, trying to pull me back across to the side of consciousness where she still existed, at least in guilt, at least in regret, at least in the terrible weight that sat in my chest and would not leave. Friday's square began to fill as I watched. This time there were no words, just a name written once, carefully, in the same meticulous handwriting that had penned the address. Taylor. It was the only thing I could read. It was also, I understood, the only thing I had ever needed to know, the only thing that mattered, the only thing that could not be forgotten even when I had paid money to try, even when I had succeeded. Even now, looking at it written in the square for Friday, I could not bring up a face, could not summon a voice. But I could feel her, the way you can feel a cold room even with your eyes closed. A presence defined only by its absence. A person reduced to a weight in the chest and a name that I had somehow written in my own hand. Trying to tell myself what I had tried so hard to make myself forget. Saturday's calendar square remained blank. Sunday's did not. When I checked it Sunday evening, it contained a single message in handwriting that was now barely legible, written by a hand that seemed to be moving through water. She came back. She's standing in the hallway. She's been standing there since Thursday. She's waiting for you to remember her name. You keep remembering it. You keep forgetting. She is fading less with each cycle. One day you won't be able to forget again. One day you will wake and the choice will be undone, and you will have to live with what you did. I am losing the strength to write. This is the last time. When I am gone, there will only be her, and the hallway, and the length of it changing, and you, counting steps that never add up, waiting for yourself to stop lying. Goodbye, I'm sorry. She's sorry, too. Your name is Morgan. Hers was Teller. You were supposed to remember. You were supposed to stay. The pen trailed off into nothing, a line that became thinner and thinner until it was just a scratch on the paper. I closed the calendar. I sat in my desk chair, and I did not move for a very long time. When I finally stood, when I finally turned toward the hallway, I could feel her there. Not a presence exactly, but a negative space. The shape of someone standing in the dark, patient, waiting for the person she had loved to decide whether forgetting was worth the cost. I did not go down the hallway. I was not yet ready to count the steps and find them wrong again. Instead, I sat at my desk, and I wrote her name over and over in the margins of every calendar square yet to come. Taylor, 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 the handwriting was mine. But it was also not. It was the part of me that remembered, insisting on being heard. It was the part of me that refused to fade. And somewhere in the darkness behind me, in the hallway that was growing longer with every moment I failed to accept what I had done, I could feel her waiting. Counting the days until I was finally brave enough to remember. The weeks that followed existed in a kind of muted gray. I went to work. I came home. I ate without tasting. I slept without dreaming, or if I dreamed, I woke with no memory of it, which seemed at that point like a mercy. The calendar sat on my desk. I did not touch it, not at first. It felt like a thing that might move if I wasn't looking, like a trap that had already sprung and was now waiting, patient, for me to put my hand on it again. The squares remained empty. My pen stayed in its drawer. Days turned to days, and I became very good at not looking at Friday, at not thinking about what name might appear there next. It was my supervisor who noticed first. A concerned knock on my office door around the middle of the second week. They asked if I was feeling all right, if there was something happening at home. I told them I was fine. Just tired. Just a phase. The kind lie that people tell each other. The kind that gets accepted because no one really wants to know the truth. They seemed relieved to accept it. We all prefer the comfort of the surface. But I wasn't fine. I was not anything close to fine. I was a person walking around in my own life like someone reading a script, knowing the words but not knowing what they meant. I would be at my desk and suddenly not remember walking there. I would be in the break room with a cup of coffee in my hand and have no recollection of pouring it. The days had texture now, rough, discontinuous, like fabric that had begun to fray. And every night I went home to the hallway. Not the physical one. I still didn't go there, not yet. But I could feel it, the way you can feel someone watching you from a dark window. The hallway was expanding. I knew this with a certainty that had nothing to do with reason. The walls were lengthening. The far end, which should have led to nothing but the building's exterior wall, was now somehow receding, growing darker, becoming a place where distance itself had stopped making sense. I could feel her in there, standing, waiting, becoming more real as I became less so. On the third week, something small happened. I was making dinner. Something mechanical, something automatic. When I realized I'd been standing at the stove for 20 minutes, holding a spatula, staring at nothing. The pan in front of me was cold. I had no memory of what I'd been thinking about. But I could feel the shape of it, the ghost of a thought that had moved through my head like a fish moving through dark water. Something about a hallway, something about counting. I didn't finish making dinner. I poured it down the sink instead. That night, I did something I hadn't done in weeks. I opened the calendar. My hand shook as I reached for it, as if the simple act of touching it might trigger something in me, might undo whatever fragile equilibrium I'd managed to construct. The calendar was full, not with names or messages, but with marks. Tiny scratches in the margins, small telemarks accumulating in the corners of squares. Not my handwriting. I didn't remember making them, but they were there, accumulating in number as the weeks progressed, as if someone or something was keeping track of something I was not meant to understand. I tried to count them. I got as far as 47 before my eyes began to blur. I closed the calendar and did not open it again. The thing I noticed after that, the thing that never quite left, was the hallway's sound. Not a sound exactly, but the absence of sound in a particular way. You know how a house has a hum to it? The ambient noise of pipes and electrical currents and the world outside? My apartment had stopped doing that. The hallway specifically had become a kind of acoustic void. When I walked past it, which I did, had to get to my bedroom, to get to the bathroom. I could feel the sound being pulled away, like water draining from a tub. It was a swallowing feeling, a negation. Days returned to their ordinary shape. I didn't recover. I don't think recovery was possible, but I learned to function around the absence. I became skilled at the peripheral awareness, the way you learn not to look directly at something that hurts. I would wake in the morning, and there would be a moment, just a fraction of a second, where I couldn't remember why the air felt so heavy. Then I would remember, or not remember. Some days it felt like the same thing. My supervisor stopped asking if I was all right. People get used to other people's unhappiness. It becomes part of the furniture of their lives, something to work around. 3 months in, I was making coffee when I noticed something. The calendar was still on my desk, still full of its incomprehensible marks, and I was looking at it, not looking really, but aware of it, when I saw something that made my hand freeze. In the very corner of a November square, so small I almost missed it, was a date. Not a date I'd written. A date someone else had written, in handwriting that was steadier than the last message, more confident, as if whoever was writing had been practicing. The date was 1 year from now, almost to the day, and next to it, in the same careful hand, "Come home." I didn't touch the calendar after that. I moved it to a drawer, not to get rid of it, just to make it invisible. But I couldn't stop thinking about the message. Come home. As if I had gone somewhere. As if I was still away. As if there was a place I was supposed to return to that wasn't this apartment, this office, this numb gray expanse of days I was walking through like someone underwater. The hallway grew quieter, or I grew more aware of its quiet. The distinction stopped mattering. When I passed it, I would count the floorboards without meaning to. The number changed every time. Sometimes it was 37 steps to the far end, sometimes 42. Once I made it to 53 before I forced myself to stop counting and turn back. It was never the same number twice. I don't know when I stopped trying to remember Teller. Or rather, I know exactly when. It was that Sunday evening, reading the calendar, understanding what I had done and couldn't undo, but I can't remember why it matters anymore. I can feel the importance of it like a bruise under skin, but when I try to examine it directly, it disappears. What I do remember, what I cannot forget, no matter how hard I try, is this. Every morning when I wake, for just a moment I forget why I'm angry with myself. For just a moment I feel like I'm waiting for something, waiting for someone to come home, waiting to remember a name that hovers at the edge of my mind like a word on the tip of your tongue, present and absent at once. And then it fades. But it's always there, always waiting to come back. I've stopped checking my calendar, but sometimes when I'm walking down the hallway to my bedroom, I swear I can feel someone standing in the dark ahead of me. And I swear I can hear breathing. Not my own. Never my own. She's still waiting. And I know, that one day I will be brave enough to count all the steps, to walk the entire length, to see where it ends. One day I will be ready to remember her face, to accept what I've done, to hear her say my name in a voice I've been desperately not remembering. That day is getting closer. I can feel her, moving toward me in the dark. With each week that passes, she becomes more solid, more real. The distance between us is getting shorter, even though I don't move, even though I turn away every time I feel her presence. Because she's right about one thing, the choice is undoing itself. With every day that passes, the thing I paid so much to forget becomes harder to ignore. It's like waking from anesthesia too slowly, consciousness returning piece by piece, memory reassembling itself despite all my efforts to keep it scattered. One morning, soon, I think, I will wake and she will simply be there. Not in the hallway anymore, here, in my room, in my life. Real and undeniable, finally impossible to forget. And I'm not sure which terrifies me more, the thought of facing her or the thought that by the time she arrives, I might not be afraid at all, that I might have become so accustomed to the haunting that I'll simply remember how to live with ghosts, that I'll have transformed into someone who can stand in the presence of what he destroyed and feel nothing but a cold, familiar ache in his chest, the weight of Taylor's name written again and again, in handwriting that isn't quite mine, waiting for me to finally have the courage to stop lying. The calendar sits in my desk drawer. I haven't opened it in weeks, but every day I can feel it there. Every day I know it's being filled. Every day the marks accumulate, and somewhere in that darkness, in the hallway that keeps extending, in the year that keeps approaching, Taylor is counting down, waiting for me to come home. Story 3. The hallway photographs age backwards when I'm not looking. I stand in the hallway with the level in one hand and a small brass hook in the other, measuring the distance from the baseboard to my eye line. The fluorescent tube overhead hums, that particular frequency that sits just under the threshold of annoying, constant and faint. The white noise backdrop of older buildings everywhere. My apartment is at the far end of this corridor. I've lived here for almost 3 years, and in that time I've developed a quiet understanding with the space, wide enough for one person and a grocery bag, long enough that my footsteps echo slightly if I walk fast, narrow enough that the walls seem to lean inward on heavy winter afternoons. The hallway smells like old carpet and the ghost of someone else's cooking from weeks or months ago. Beef, garlic, something that never quite leaves. I mark the wall with a pencil, a small, faint line, barely visible unless you're standing exactly where I'm standing. and then I step back to look at my work. The first frame I'm hanging is already in my left hand. It's lightweight, a simple black wood frame with glass that I've wiped clean twice because I can't quite stand dust on glass. Inside is a photograph, a person's face, a person I've known long enough to study without seeming to study. The photograph is recent. I can tell by the quality of the light, by the sharpness, by the way the colors sit. This is someone I photographed myself maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe 3. The details are already blurring in my memory in the way details do when you've been preoccupied with hanging them on a wall. I position the frame against the hook and let it settle. It's perfectly level. I'm careful about these things. When you live alone, you have time to develop small perfectionism. You notice when things are a millimeter off. You care in ways that might seem excessive to someone else, but in the quiet of your own apartment, it feels necessary, almost urgent. I step back again and look at it. The photograph is framed on a wall that's otherwise bare, the color of old vanilla ice cream, textured slightly with whatever material they used to use in buildings like this, plaster or something close to it. The frame looks intentional now, purposeful. It looks like I mean for it to be here. I've brought 6 more frames with me down the hallway. They're leaning against the wall near my feet, arranged in a row, also at angles that I've carefully organized so I can grab them in order without having to think too hard. There's a rhythm to this kind of work when you approach it correctly. I pick up the second frame. This one is also recent, maybe a week older than the first, but not much. The person in it is wearing a different shirt, a different background, but it's the same face, the same person at a different moment. My mind does that automatic thing where it fills in the gap between the 2 images, understands them as part of a continuous timeline. 2 photographs from 2 different days, same person, aging so gradually between them that there's no visible change at all. I mark the wall again, measure again, hang it, step back. The second photograph sits to the right of the first, aligned perfectly by my own careful measurement. The hallway light continues its faint humming. I'm aware of it more now, the way you become aware of your heartbeat when you're concentrating on something else. It's an old fluorescent fixture, the kind with a slight flicker if you look at it peripherally, a flutter just at the edge of perception, never quite solid if you catch it from the side of your eye. I've read somewhere that people notice things better when they're not looking directly. Peripheral vision is wired differently, more sensitive to motion, to subtle change, less discriminating about what counts as important. I'm not sure why I remember that. The third frame goes up. This one is maybe 2 weeks older. The person in it has slightly longer hair than in the most recent photograph, not dramatically longer. The difference is small enough that someone glancing between the 2 images might not notice it immediately. But if you looked long enough, you'd see it. Hair grows, time passes, clothes change. I work through the frames methodically. Each one takes the same amount of time. Mark, measure, hang, step back, breathe. The hallway is cooling slightly as the evening deepens outside the building, and I can hear the building settling in the way older buildings do. Small creaks. The sound of pipes somewhere behind the walls. The distant murmur of someone's television from a nearby unit. By the time I hang the fifth frame, I'm starting to feel the accumulation of the work in my shoulders. That pleasant ache. The sense of having done something deliberate. The fourth and fifth photographs show the same person growing visibly older in reverse. No, not reverse. Older, I'm arranging them chronologically as they were taken, which means the most recent is on the left, and they progress rightward through time, backward through the calendar. Or maybe it's forward. The way I've arranged them, the person's hair has gotten longer, the face slightly rounder, the clothes shifting through styles and colors I recognize from my own memory of specific seasons. This is a private hallway. No one else lives on this stretch except Alex, who is in the unit at the far corner and who I've never actually seen, only heard occasionally through the walls, footsteps, a distant radio, nothing intrusive. The hallway belongs to me in the way that semi-public spaces can belong to a person through the simple fact of regularly occupying them. I'm alone here. I stand in front of the 5 frames I've hung and examine them in sequence, the way you might read a sentence from left to right, the way time flows in the direction we've agreed it flows. Face, 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 the person getting subtly older with each frame, time moving forward, the present giving way to the past as your eye moves from left to right along my wall. I pick up the 6th frame from the stack at my feet. This is the oldest photograph of the series. Not old in an absolute sense, not yellowed, not damaged, not faded into sepia or anything like that. But it's a clear few months older than the most recent. The person in it is noticeably younger. Different hairstyle entirely, wearing something I remember them wearing during the summer, during a specific stretch of time I can almost locate in my own memory if I think hard enough. I'm holding the frame and not quite looking at it. The way you sometimes don't look at the face of someone you know very well, the way familiarity can let you move past the specific details into something more abstract. I'm thinking about where to place this one. Should it go at the end of the row? Should it extend the timeline further? Should I rearrange everything I've already hung? I'm still deciding when I notice something has changed. The 4th frame, the one I hung maybe 5 minutes ago, looks different than it did then. I don't have a specific memory of what it looked like 5 minutes ago. That's not how memory works. It's not like I photographed my own work. But I have an impression of it, the way I have impressions of most things I'm not actively, moment to moment, scrutinizing. And that impression is at odds with what I'm seeing now. I step closer to it. The person in the 4th photograph looks younger than I remember them looking. The hair is shorter. The face has a quality I associate with an earlier time, a specific season from last year, maybe the year before. The clothes are definitely different. I'm certain of that. I'm certain I didn't see these clothes when I hung this frame 5 minutes ago. But the frame itself hasn't moved. It's perfectly level. It's exactly where I positioned it. I reach up and touch the glass. It's cool, smooth, the temperature of the hallway, dust-free. I did a good job cleaning it. The humming of the fluorescent light seems to intensify for a moment, though I might be imagining that. The light itself is steady, not flickering now, holding its pale uniform brightness across the hallway and the 5 frames, and my own hand reaching out to touch the 4th one. I pull my hand back and look at the series again from left to right, as I've been meant to look at them. The first frame still shows the most recent version of the person, the photograph from 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm certain of this. I remember the specific quality of daylight, the background, the outfit. The second frame shows them slightly older than that, or rather, slightly younger than that, depending on which direction you're moving through time. The hair a bit longer. The third frame continues this progression backward. The 4th frame, the one I was just looking at, is definitely younger than it was before. I would swear to it. The person's face has a softness to it that wasn't there 5 minutes ago. The eyes look younger. And the 5th frame at the end of the row looks now like it might be from several years ago. Not ancient history, nothing from childhood, nothing that would be strange or suspicious on its own. But old enough that the styles look dated. Old enough that I'm certain I didn't see it this way when I hung it. The 6th frame is still in my hands. I look down at it. The photograph shows the person at an age that sits somewhere between the 3rd and 4th frames on the wall, I think. Or maybe it's older than all of them. I'm losing my confidence in what I'm seeing. I look back up at the row of frames without moving. My hallway, with its vanilla-colored walls and its humming light, and its smell of old cooking and older carpet, has become an artifact of something I can't quite articulate. The photographs are still photographs. The frames are still frames. The wall is still a wall. But the arrangement of them, the sequence they form, the story they're supposed to tell about time and aging, and the linear movement of a person through the calendar, something about that has become unreliable. I hold the 6th frame and don't put it on the wall. The humming continues. It's the only sound in the hallway now. My breathing has become shallow and intentional, the kind of breathing you do when you're trying to listen to something very quiet. I look at the 4th frame again without turning my head, letting my eyes drift to it in my peripheral vision. The way I've read that vision works differently when you're not looking directly. The person in the 4th photograph seems younger still. I don't move from where I'm standing. The 6th frame is still in my hands, and I can feel the weight of the glass against my palms now in a way I wasn't consciously aware of before. It's heavier than it should be. Or maybe I'm just tired. It's late. I've been awake for longer than I usually am on a Tuesday, and the hallway light has that particular quality that makes time feel thickened and strange. I decide to close my eyes. It's a small experiment, something to reset whatever is happening in my visual cortex. I've read about how the brain fills in gaps, how it creates patterns where there are none, how it mistakes what it expects to see for what's actually there. If I close my eyes for 10 seconds, count them out in my head, then open them again, the photographs will be exactly as I arranged them 3 months ago. In chronological order, moving forward through time from left to right like they're supposed to. I count 1, 2, 3. The hallway is very quiet with my eyes closed. The humming of the light is louder now, more present, and underneath it I can hear something else, a sound like paper settling, or maybe like the subtle shifting of frames against drywall. It's probably nothing. The house settles. Old walls move infinitesimally. Glass expands and contracts with temperature. 4, 5, 6. I think about the 6th frame in my hands. I think about where I got it. I remember taking it. Remember standing in the living room with the light coming through the west facing window at that particular golden angle that only happens in late afternoon in October. I remember the person being there, or at least remember the sense of them being there while I held up the camera. But when I try to remember what they looked like in that moment, the image becomes slippery. It slides away from me like trying to hold something underwater. 7, 8, 9, the settling sound comes again, definitely paper, definitely the photographs. 10, I open my eyes. The hallway is the same. The light hums. The vanilla walls are exactly as vanilla as they were before. But something has shifted in the arrangement. I'm certain of it. The frames have moved closer together. They've narrowed the space between each one, compressing the timeline into a denser, more concentrated sequence. The 5th frame, the one that looked like it was from several years ago, now sits maybe an inch closer to the 4th frame than it did when I closed my eyes. Or it was always that close, and the closed eyes just reset my perception. That's the reasonable interpretation, the one that makes sense. I set the 6th frame down on the small table where I keep my keys and my mail. I've never thought about why I keep that table here in the hallway, right below the photographs, but now it seems intentional, like I've been planning something without knowing it. Like some part of me has been expecting to put frames down in this exact spot. I walk to the end of the hallway toward the living room, and I don't look at the photographs as I pass them. This is deliberate. I'm trying to see if the act of observation is what's making them shift, or if they're shifting regardless of whether I'm watching. It's a question that feels both completely absurd and absolutely urgent. When I reach the kitchen, I stop. I pour myself water from the tap. The water that always tastes faintly of minerals and the metal inside the pipes, and I drink it in 3 long swallows. My throat feels tight. My hands are shaking slightly, and I set the glass down with careful deliberation so I don't drop it. From the kitchen, I can see partway down the hallway. I can see the wall with the photographs, but I can't see them head on. The angle is oblique. The perspective is compromised. From this angle, I can count the frames. I count 6. No, wait, I count them again, slower this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. but the sixth frame is on the table. I set it there. So there should only be 5 frames on the wall, unless I move back toward the hallway slowly. My heartbeat has become audible in my ears now, a sound like a door closing and opening, closing and opening. I need to see what's on the wall. I need to count the actual frames and verify that my counting is correct. When I reach the threshold where the kitchen becomes the hallway, I stop and I look at the photographs without walking any closer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 frames on the wall now. My mouth has gone dry. The glass of water is still in the kitchen, but I can't remember drinking all of it. I can't remember putting the glass down. It's possible I'm still holding it, but when I look at my hands, they're empty. The 7th frame is at the end of the row. It's small, smaller than the others, and it's positioned at an odd angle to the wall, like someone hung it in a hurry, or like it hasn't settled into place yet. The photograph inside it is too small for me to see clearly from where I'm standing. The image is just a shape, shadows and lighter spaces. I count the frames again because I need to be absolutely certain. 1. This is the oldest, the one with the dated style. 2, slightly younger. 3, younger still. 4, the soft face, the young eyes. 5, somewhere between states. 6, this is the one I was holding. I can see it on the wall now. I don't remember hanging it, but it's there. Between the 5th and what is now the 8th position. No, between the 5th and the 6th. I'm counting wrong, or the frames are in different positions than they were before. 7, the new small one, the one with the shape I can't quite make out. And that's where my count stops, because there is no 8th frame, except looking at the far end of the hallway where the wall curves into the corner before the bathroom door, I think I see something. A frame, maybe, or maybe it's just a shadow. The hallway light doesn't quite reach that far, and the corner is dark in a way that seems deeper than it should be. I take one step toward it. The photographs on the wall seem to shift in my peripheral vision. Not move, not in any way that I see directly, but a sense of movement, a rearrangement, a subtle reconfiguration of the sequence. I take another step. The person in the 4th photograph, the one with the soft face and the young eyes, now looks younger than the person in the 5th photograph. I would swear to this. But I don't remember changing their positions. I don't remember touching the wall since before I closed my eyes in that small experiment that didn't reset anything at all. The corner grows darker as I get closer to it. Or maybe my eyes are adjusting to the darkness, and it was always this dark. The hallway is long. I live alone. I never bothered to install a second light fixture at this end because I rarely walk here, and when I do, the light from the kitchen is usually sufficient. But today it doesn't feel sufficient. I'm standing very close to the corner now. I can see that there is in fact a frame there. I can see the outline of it, the rectangular suggestion of glass and wood. But I cannot see the photograph inside it. The glass is dark, or the image is dark, or the light isn't reaching it. The frame itself is separate from the wall, tilted at an angle that suggests it hasn't been hung so much as placed against the corner and left there to lean. I reach out to touch it. My hand passes through the space where the frame should be. There is nothing there. But when I look at the wall, the frame is still there. The outline of it is still visible. The wood and glass and the dark photograph inside it are all still present in the corner, and they remain present even as my hand confirms that they cannot be touched. I pull my hand back to my body. My breathing has changed again. It's faster now, and it's making a sound that I didn't realize breathing could make. A kind of whistle in my throat, small and thin and frightened. I turn around and walk back down the hallway. The photographs are watching me walk past them, and I know this is impossible. I know that photographs cannot watch. But the sensation is so complete and so vivid that I cannot convince myself otherwise. The people in those frames, getting younger as they progress backward through time, or forward, or in some direction that I no longer have words for, they follow my movement with eyes that are not quite eyes, in a way that has nothing to do with the angle of the glass or the position of light in the room. The sixth frame is still on the table where I left it, except it's not in exactly the same place. It's moved. It's rotated. The angle of it is different. The face inside the photograph is now turned toward me in a way that wasn't true before. The face in the sixth frame is younger than it was when I was holding it, and I'm standing here in my hallway. In my ordinary apartment, with its vanilla walls and its humming light, and its smell of old cooking, and I'm understanding with a clarity that feels like drowning that I've been counting wrong the entire time. I count the frames on the wall one more time without turning around. But I don't say the numbers aloud, and I don't look at them as I count. I keep my eyes forward toward the living room, toward the door that leads out of this hallway and into other rooms where the light is different and the walls are different, and the photographs are not arranged in a sequence that proceeds in any direction I can still comprehend. The count reaches 7, then 8, then, disturbingly, impossibly, 9, I reach the living room and don't turn back. I sit on the edge of my couch with my hands pressed flat against my thighs, and I try to think in straight lines. The light here is better, brighter. There are 3 lamps in this room, and 2 of them are on, and the third one I turn on now, just to have more light between me and the darkness of the hallway behind me. The living room is very quiet. Outside, the city continues its normal rhythms, cars passing, the distant sound of people living their lives in the building adjacent to mine, the usual ambient noise of an ordinary evening. Inside, there is only the hum of the lamps and the sound of my own blood moving through my ears. I can feel my pulse in my neck, in my wrists, in the soft place at the inner corner of my eye where the skin is thinnest. I think about the sixth frame, the one I was holding, the one whose face I saw change. The progression of the photographs made sense when there were 4. It made sense when there were 5. There was a narrative there, a sequence, a line through time, an explanation that I could hold on to. This is a collection. This is a documentation. This is a normal thing that normal people do. They frame pictures. They arrange them. They hang them on walls and look at them sometimes. But a fifth photograph suggests a sixth. And a sixth suggests that there was a collection before I ever noticed it. I think about the hallway as I first saw it today, or as I first noticed it, which might be a different thing entirely. There were 4 frames. I was certain of this. I had walked that hallway maybe 3 times a week for the 6 months I've lived here, and I would have noticed if there were more than 4. I would have noticed new photographs appearing on my wall. I would have noticed them because they would have been new. They would have broken the pattern of the ordinary that I walk through every day without thinking. But what if they hadn't appeared? What if they had always been there, and what had changed was not the hallway, but my ability to see it? I stand up from the couch because sitting is making the feeling worse. Standing is not better, but it's different, and different feels like progress. I walk to the kitchen and pour myself a glass of water. My hands are steady, which surprises me. I drink the water. It's cold and it tastes like the pipes it came through, like metal and minerals and the ordinary infrastructure of daily life. I pour another glass and drink it. Then I walk back to the hallway. I don't mean to. The decision to do this doesn't come from the thinking part of my mind. It comes from the part that is curious despite itself, that needs to understand, that cannot accept mystery even when mystery is clearly the safer option. I stand at the entrance to the hallway and I look down its length, and the light from the kitchen behind me pushes into the darkness, but doesn't dispel it. There's a shadow line across the floor, and on the far side of it. The photographs are waiting. I count them without entering the space. I stand at the threshold, and I count by the frame's position, by the slight interruption each one creates in the subtle gradient of dark. I count, and I count, and I count, and there are too many. The count exceeds anything that makes sense. The count exceeds anything that could have fit on that wall without overlapping, without the frames touching one another, without the hallway itself expanding in ways that I have not experienced since I turned around. I've been standing here for maybe 5 minutes. It feels longer. It feels like hours. I notice that the air in the hallway smells different. It smells like something old, not dust, not quite decay, but something adjacent to both. Something that speaks of time passing in ways that are not ordinary. The smell is faint but very distinct. It makes me think of albums, of basements, of things that have been stored away from light. I step into the hallway. The moment my foot crosses the threshold, the temperature drops. It drops significantly enough that I feel it immediately. A cold that moves up from the floor and settles across my shoulders. My breath becomes visible. I can see it emerging from my mouth as something white and separate from me. The lamps in the living room behind me flicker once, and the light wavers and then stabilizes. I walk deeper into the hallway. Each photograph seems closer together now than it was before. The frames are no longer spaced with any kind of regularity. Some are mere inches apart. Some are overlapping. I can see the glass of one frame reflecting the wood of another. In the places where they overlap, the images inside blur together. A confusion of faces from different times, different moments, all of them existing in the same space in a way that spatial reality should not permit. The photograph in the frame at the far end of the hallway, the one I couldn't quite touch before, is no longer tilted at an angle. It's hung correctly now, properly mounted, as if it had always been in place, as if the angle had been an illusion created by angle and light and my own uncertain perception. But it's closer than it was. The wall has not changed, but the frame is definitely closer to where I'm standing. When I look at the measurement between myself and the frame, and then look at the measurement between the frame and the back wall, the mathematics doesn't work. The frame cannot be closer and still fit in the same hallway. But it is. I keep walking. My eyes have adjusted to the dark now, or the dark has gotten less dark, or something has changed in the way light and shadow are cooperating in this space. I can see the photographs more clearly now, and what I see does not make me feel better. The faces in the frames are no longer distant and anonymous. They are detailed, clear, individual, and they are all the same face. All of them are me, not me as I am now. Me at different ages. Me as a child, impossibly, though I have no photographs from my childhood in this house. No photographs from my childhood anywhere accessible to me. Me as I was in my early 20s, as I was in my teens, as I must have been at 7 or 8 or 5. And me moving forward as well. Me older, me as I might look 10 years from now. 20, 30. The progression doesn't follow any logical order. They're scattered throughout the hallway, interspersed with frames that must also contain me, though I'm moving past them too quickly now to see the details clearly. I'm moving quickly, even though I haven't consciously decided to move quickly. My body is walking itself deeper into the hallway at a pace that feels almost automatic. My legs are moving. The cold is deeper now. My breath is coming in small, measured amounts, and I'm trying very hard not to think about the speed at which the frames are proliferating. There are more of them than there were minutes ago. The hallway is longer than it was when I first walked down it today. This is no longer an ambiguous perception that I can explain away as the mind playing tricks. The distance I'm covering with each step has increased. The hallway has extended itself backward into the wall, or the wall has moved, or something has changed in the fundamental architecture of this space. The back wall that I could see before, the corner where the frame was leaning, is no longer visible. The hallway continues deeper than it should. The hallway continues into a space that does not exist in my apartment. The hallway continues, and the frames continue, and the photographs all contain the same face multiplied across every age I've ever been and every age I might ever become. I stop walking. I'm standing in the middle of the hallway, and I cannot see the living room anymore. The entrance is still there. I can turn around and see it, but it's very far away now, much farther than the hallway could possibly extend if the hallway were real and followed the laws of spatial geometry that govern the rest of my apartment. I look at the frame directly in front of me. This one is close enough that I can see the details of the photograph very clearly. It's me, but me at an age I haven't reached yet. I know this with absolute certainty. This is my face as it will be, aged by time that is still, for me, in the future. In the photograph, I'm standing in this hallway, and I'm looking at a frame that must contain an image of me at a stage beyond this. On into infinity, on into a future that extends backward into the past and forward into time that doesn't yet exist. The frame is very close now, close enough that I could touch it if I wanted to. I reach out. This time my hand does not pass through empty air. This time my hand meets the glass. The glass is cold, so cold that the temperature of it burns against the warmth of my skin. The shock of it makes me pull my hand back immediately, but not before I see something that shifts my entire understanding of what is happening in this hallway. In the reflection of the glass, the hallway continues behind me far deeper than it could possibly go. The frames stretch away in both directions, forward and backward simultaneously, existing in a progression that has no beginning and no ending. And in the frame I'm standing in front of, the reflection of me shows a face that is older than the face in the photograph itself. I turn around. The hallway extends the other direction as well. The entrance to my living room is gone. There is only the sequence of frames, stretching backward into a darkness that has no boundary, no end, no possibility of reaching the apartment I know. The hallway has become infinite, or I have become something that exists in infinite hallways, or the distinction between the two has stopped mattering. I stand very still in the darkness, surrounded by my own face at every stage of my existence, and I finally understand what I've been avoiding understanding since I first counted wrong. I am not looking at a collection of photographs that somehow got longer. I am looking at myself. I am looking at the hallway as it actually is. I am looking at what I actually am. And the photographs have always been here, and they will always be here, and the only thing that has changed is that I am finally seeing them as they truly exist, not as a sequence arranged on a wall, but as a record of something far more complex, a record of every moment I've ever lived, every moment I might live, all of them preserved and hung with meticulous care in a hallway that exists in a space separate from time. I lift my hand to the cold glass again, and I prepare myself to step forward into the deeper darkness, because I realize now with terrible clarity that I have already been doing this, that every time I've walked this hallway before, I've been moving through it in a way I couldn't see, that the apartment behind me has been getting further away for longer than I want to acknowledge, that the walking has never really stopped, that I am still walking. I don't know how long I stood there in the darkness. time has become difficult to measure. What I remember is the moment I became aware of my breath again. The simple mechanical fact of inhaling and exhaling, of being a body that still required air. That awareness brought me back to something like presence. The frames were still there. They remained constant, unchanging in their infinite progression. But something had shifted in how I was able to perceive them. The panic that had been building in my chest, that particular flavor of dread that comes from understanding you fundamentally misunderstood the nature of your own existence, had plateaued. It didn't disappear. It simply became a stable state, a baseline I could exist within. I turned around slowly. The darkness extended in that direction too, but as I looked, I became aware of something I hadn't noticed before. The frames closest to me were catching what little light existed in that space. They gleamed faintly, and in their surfaces I could make out shapes. The shapes were the apartment. They were my living room, rendered miniature and contained within the glass, visible only if I knew to look for them. I walked toward what I thought was the entrance. The frames passed on either side of me, an endless series of moments preserved in silver and glass. I didn't look at the photographs themselves this time. I kept my eyes forward, focused on what lay ahead rather than on the reflections surrounding me. The transition happened without announcement. One moment I was in the hallway, and the next moment I was standing in my living room, and the shift between the two spaces felt almost graceful. Inevitable, like returning to something I'd known I would return to all along. The hallway entrance was visible behind me. It looked ordinary. The white door frame, the beginning of the narrow passage, the first photograph on the wall just barely visible from where I stood. I could count the frames from here if I wanted to. I didn't. The apartment seemed unchanged. The furniture occupied the same positions it always had. The light from the windows fell at the same angle. The kitchen remained visible through the open doorway, the counters bare and quiet. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. But the air felt different. It had a quality I'd never noticed before, a kind of thickness that made breathing feel like work, though not unpleasantly. It was as if the space itself had developed weight, or density, or some quality that occupied space in a new way. I moved through the apartment slowly, reacquainting myself with the ordinary. I ran my hand along the back of the couch. I looked out the window at the street below, where traffic moved in its usual patterns and people walked on the sidewalk in their usual directions, unaware of anything changed. The world outside remained committed to its sequential nature, to the idea that time moved in one direction and that moments followed moments in a comprehensible order. I sat on the couch and waited for fear to return, or confusion, or some other emotional response to what had happened. What I felt instead was a strange kind of clarity. The kind of clarity that comes not from understanding something fully, but from accepting that understanding may never be complete. I stood after some time and walked back to the hallway entrance. I stood in the doorway and looked down the passage. The photographs were visible on both walls. I could count them if I wanted to. The frames extended far enough that the detail became unclear with distance, but the pattern was unmistakable. The sequence, the progression, the record of something. I didn't step inside. Instead, I returned to the apartment and began my evening routine. I made tea. I sat in the chair by the window. I watched the light change as the sun moved toward the horizon, painting the room in shades of orange and gold. The ordinary mechanics of an ordinary evening repeated as they had been repeated countless times before. But something had changed in how I inhabited the space. I became aware, gradually, that I was holding the apartment at a distance, not consciously. It was more like a kind of protective distance that my mind had put in place. I existed in the rooms, but I existed in them the way a photograph might exist in a frame, present, but not quite anchored to the moment. I could move through the space, interact with objects, go through the motions of daily life, but there was a quality of witnessing to it all, as if I were observing myself going about these routines rather than being fully present within them. I didn't find this disturbing. That was perhaps the most disorienting part. The hallway entrance remained closed during my ordinary hours. I didn't go back to examine it. I didn't try to verify that the photographs were still there, or that they had remained constant, or that nothing about them had shifted. There was no need to verify these things. I knew they were true with the same certainty I knew the direction of gravity or the fact that I was breathing. What I did begin to notice was that the apartment felt less familiar the more time I spent in it. Not in a dramatic way. It was subtle. The proportions seemed slightly different when I came into the kitchen in the afternoon light. The hallway to the bedroom appeared a touch longer than I remembered, though I didn't measure it. The windows showed the same street and the same buildings, but they seemed to show them from a perspective that wasn't quite where I remembered the apartment being positioned. Small inconsistencies. The kind of thing you might notice if you were looking at a photograph of a room you knew well, and the photograph was accurate in every detail except that something fundamental about the perspective was imperceptibly off. I found myself, over the course of several days, spending less time in the apartment and more time at work, at the grocery store, anywhere that wasn't the enclosed space of my home. Not because I was afraid to be there, it wasn't that specific. It was more that being in the apartment required a kind of active maintenance now, a kind of constant awareness that prevented me from relaxing fully into the space. My colleagues at work asked if I was all right. I must have looked tired. I told them I hadn't been sleeping well, which was true. I hadn't been sleeping at all, actually. I would lie in bed in the dark and feel the hours pass, and I would wait for sleep to come. But it seemed to have abandoned me at some point during those hours in the hallway. Not in a concerning way. My body no longer seemed to require it. This struck me as important at first, something I should address or investigate. But as the days accumulated, it began to feel normal. My mind remained clear. My body continued to function. I simply existed in a state of constant low-level wakefulness, aware of my surroundings at all times, never quite lapsing into unconsciousness. I began to understand that this was the real change. The hallway hadn't taken something from me. It had made me aware of something I'd been unconscious of before. The photographs had always been there. The infinite progression had always existed. The apartment had always existed in this strange, slightly off-kilter relationship to the world outside it. I had simply been walking through it all without noticing. Now, I noticed everything. The way light moved through the rooms at specific times of day. The particular quality of silence in the bedroom when I stood in it in the afternoon. The exact angle of the couch in relation to the window, and how that angle seemed to shift slightly, depending on what time I observed it. The pattern of stains on the kitchen tile that resembled something almost like a map, if you looked at it the right way. I found myself mapping the apartment mentally, creating an internal record of its geometry and texture and the way objects occupied space within it. I did this without consciously deciding to do it. It seemed to happen naturally, as if my mind had restructured itself to prioritize the collection and filing of these specific kinds of observations. One evening, I stood in the living room and realized that I was standing in a position I'd stood in before. Not just once, many times. The same angle relative to the window, the same relationship to the furniture, the same proximity to the hallway door. I had been standing in this specific spot repeatedly, I understood, without knowing I was doing it. I was following a pattern, an invisible pattern that seemed to exist within the apartment's geometry, that I moved through the way a stream moves through channels carved into stone. This didn't frighten me. It felt, instead, like something I'd always been doing. Like I was finally noticing a rhythm that had been built into my movements for far longer than I could trace. I sat down and tried to think about when this pattern might have started. Whether it had begun in the hallway or whether it had always been there, established in the foundations of how I moved through this space before I ever became aware of the photographs. The question couldn't be resolved. The answer existed somewhere in the hallway, I thought. Somewhere in that infinite progression of frames, captured and preserved in sequence. I didn't go to look for it. Instead, I moved through my apartment and noticed as I did that my footsteps seemed to echo slightly longer than they used to. The sound would dissipate slower, traveling further through the rooms before fading into silence. It was as if the space had expanded, or as if my footsteps had developed a quality of persistence they'd never had before. I would walk from the kitchen to the living room and hear my own footsteps continuing slightly after I'd stopped moving. Just a moment. Just the faintest residue of the sound, hanging in the air like something that hadn't quite finished existing yet. I began to time these echoes without meaning to listen for them as I moved, to anticipate them as part of the texture of moving through the apartment. And gradually, so gradually that I can't point to a moment when it changed, I began to feel as if I was hearing other footsteps as well. Fainter ones, ones that followed behind my own, mimicking my movements with a delay of just a fraction of a second. I would stop, and the footsteps would stop. I would walk, and they would walk, staying always just barely behind me, just barely perceptible, as if something were learning my patterns by following them exactly. I don't know if this is real or if my mind is creating it. I don't know if the distinction matters anymore. What I know is that the apartment no longer feels like a space I inhabit alone. There's a presence in it now, or perhaps there always was and I'm simply aware of it. A presence that walks slightly behind my movements, that breathes in the same rhythm as the apartment itself, that exists in the frames and in the space between the frames, recording and preserving and moving forward into a future that is simultaneously behind me. The hallway entrance remains closed during my waking hours. I don't check it anymore. I don't need to. But sometimes, in those moments when I'm transitioning between states, not quite awake and not quite asleep, though sleep seems increasingly theoretical, I become aware of a sound from the direction of the hallway. The faintest sound, like something very carefully, very slowly turning a page, like something is going through a collection of photographs one by one, looking at each image before moving on to the next, looking for something specific, or perhaps simply looking at how things change, moment by moment, frame by frame, in the infinite documentation of a life that continues even when the person living it has stopped understanding the nature of their own existence. I sit in my apartment and listen to that sound and feel the footsteps following behind mine, and I understand that whatever happened in the hallway has not ended. It has only begun to show me what was always there, what remains here still, patient and precise, in the space between one moment and the next, in the space between one photograph and the frame that contains the image of the one who is looking at the photograph, infinite and unfinished, and still, somehow, very close. Story 4. I keep finding my handwriting in the previous tenant's journal. The landlord had said something about the last tenant leaving in a hurry. I didn't ask what that meant. The apartment was smaller than the photos suggested. They always are. But the rent was reasonable enough that I didn't spend much time negotiating. I'd needed somewhere quickly. A lease was signed. Keys were handed over on a Tuesday in November. The previous tenant's belongings were boxed in the corner of the living room, stacked haphazardly, like someone had packed in the dark. The landlord said they'd be collected within a week. That was 3 weeks ago. I didn't mind. It was easier to leave them there than to move them myself. The studio had one window that faced a brick wall, a kitchenette that barely qualified as a kitchen, and a radiator that clanked and hissed at irregular intervals, as if the building itself was breathing, shallow, interrupted breaths. The overhead light in the kitchen was weak, a single bulb in a fixture designed for two. and it cast everything in a sepia tone that made even the morning hours feel like late evening. I'd gotten used to eating dinner at the small table in the kitchen's corner, the one piece of furniture I'd kept from my previous place, and I'd gotten used to the way the light fell across my hands while I ate. It was around 7 o'clock on a Thursday when I found the journal. I was unpacking the last of my boxes, the small ones with books, papers, things I'd been putting off organizing, and I'd moved the radiator slightly to reach behind it. That was when I felt something flat and smooth wedged into the narrow space between the metal and the wall. At first I thought it was a page that had blown back there, something innocuous. But when I pulled it free, it had weight. A cover, worn leather, dark brown, with pages that had turned the color of old cream. I set it on the kitchen table and looked at it for a moment before opening it. The first page was dated 7 years ago. Not in this apartment, I noted automatically. I'd only lived here 3 weeks. 7 years ago, I'd been living across town, in a different city, in a different version of my life that felt distant now, the way memories do when you've moved far enough away from them. The handwriting was neat, but hurried, the letters slightly slanted. I didn't recognize it, which was what I expected. Someone else's life, someone else's careful documentation of whatever had mattered to them. I flipped through a few pages, reading sentences at random. Can't remember why I agreed to take the job. The light here is different than I expected. No one talks about how quiet the city gets after midnight. I set the journal down and continued unpacking. There was nothing strange about finding something left behind. People leave things. They move, they forget, they abandon half their lives in corners and closets. It was the ordinary detritus of transition. It was the margin note on page 37 that made me stop. I'd been reading one of the longer entries, something about insomnia and the particular quality of loneliness that comes with being in a new place, and I noticed that someone had written in the margin, in a smaller, tighter hand, this part still true. The handwriting was mine. I know this because I spend hours every day looking at my own handwriting. I take notes, I make lists, I write in the margins of books I'm reading, and I've done this since I was young enough to first hold a pen. The particular shape of my T's, the way I loop my L's so they're almost comical, these are as familiar to me as my own face. Maybe more so because I actually spend time with my handwriting. The note was in my hand. I closed the journal slowly and looked at the kitchen table as if it might explain something. The light from the overhead fixture seemed to dim slightly, though I knew that wasn't possible. The bulb didn't flicker. The light was stable. It was just my perception that had shifted, the way the mind does when you notice something it shouldn't. I opened the journal again and found the page. The margin note was still there. This part still true. The handwriting curved exactly as my handwriting curves. The pen pressure was mine. Even the small inconsistency in how I formed the letter T, sometimes with a flourish, sometimes sharply. That inconsistency was there, distributed naturally across the 5 words. My hand shook slightly as I flipped back to the beginning of the entry, reading more carefully this time. I've been thinking about what it means to be the last version of yourself you'll ever be. There's something finite about that. Every day you're becoming the person you'll have been when you look back. And sometimes I wonder if that person, the one looking back, is someone I'd recognize, someone I'd trust. The entry continued for several pages. Details, observations, the kind of internal monologue that never gets shared, the soundtrack to being alone. And as I read, I began to find more margin notes. Here and there, in a hand I knew intimately, someone had written additional thoughts. Yes, exactly this, and I still don't have an answer, and this is the feeling that won't go away. It felt like reading a conversation with myself, but the date on the entry was 7 years old. I set the journal down again and walked to the window. Outside, the brick wall was brick-colored in the darkness, featureless except for a water stain that ran down from the roof gutter. Behind me, I could hear the radiators shifting, the subtle groan of the building settling. When I turned back to the table, I sat down slowly and opened the journal to a page further in. I needed to understand what I was looking at. Some kind of coincidence, maybe. Similar handwriting. A trick of tired eyes. The kitchen light made everything look slightly off anyway. There was something about the sepia tone that made comparisons difficult. But as I read the next entry, dated 5 years ago, from a time when I was working a job I hated in an office that was too cold, I found paragraphs I remembered. Not from reading them before, from living them, from thinking them on my own, in the privacy of my own head. Before I'd ever met this journal or this previous tenant or this apartment. The office is too quiet in the mornings. Everyone arrives at different times, so there's this strange period between 7 and 9 when it's just me and the hum of the building systems. I've started timing my coffee breaks to avoid it, but I know that's not the real solution. The real problem is that I'm avoiding myself, and no amount of different timing will fix that. That was mine. I'd thought that exact thing. I could remember the moment, sitting at my desk, the blue light from my monitor turning my hands a strange color, the sense that I was watching myself from outside, from the ceiling of the office, looking down at a person who was fundamentally alone. I closed the journal and kept my hands on top of it, as if it might move. The kitchen was very quiet. The radiator had stopped its mechanical groaning. Outside, the city sounds were muffled by the distance and the brick wall and the general padding of the apartment building around me. I could hear my own breathing, which was rapid and shallow. There was a logical explanation for this. There had to be. I'd met the previous tenant once, maybe, and mentioned something about my work. I'd been careless about what I shared. Or, and this seemed more likely as I sat there in the sepia light, I'd written these things in an email, or a text message, or some other form of digital communication, and someone had transcribed them, borrowed them, used them. People did that sometime. The internet was full of stolen thoughts, repackaged and distributed and claimed by people who didn't generate them. But the dates didn't align correctly for that explanation. The entries were dated during times when I hadn't lived in this city, during times when I'd been someone entirely different, living a different version of my life in a different place. I opened the journal to a page near the back, near the end of the writing, and forced myself to read methodically. The dates were recent now, from the last year, from months I could specifically place times I could remember with clarity. The new apartment is smaller than I expected. The light is sepia-tinted and strange. I don't think I'll stay here, but for now, it's quiet enough. I'd moved in 3 weeks ago. I'd thought about the light within the first few hours. I'd used that exact word, sepia, in my mind. I've been eating dinner at the same table every night, and I've been wondering if this is what depression looks like, or if I'm just bored. The difference feels important, but I can't quite articulate why. I eat at the table. I've been thinking about that very distinction, the wondering about whether solitude was a choice or a symptom, the inability to find language for it. My hands were cold. I looked at my fingers as if they might explain something, might tell me what was happening. I turned the pages more quickly now, skimming, looking for a date I recognized, looking for something current, something from this very week. And I found it. An entry dated 2 days ago. The handwriting was slightly more hurried here, but unmistakably mine. I found the journal today wedged behind the radiator. It's in my handwriting, but I have no memory of writing it. I've read the early entries carefully. I've checked the dates. None of this makes sense, but I'm going to keep reading because the alternative, that I wrote this and forgot, is somehow worse than the alternative I can't articulate yet. I read that entry 3 times. Each time, the words seemed to move slightly, to shift in their meaning. By the 3rd reading, I couldn't remember what I'd thought during the first. The journal was still open in front of me. The overhead light was still weak and sepia-toned. My hands were still on the table, visible in that strange color, as if they belonged to someone else. I closed my eyes. When I opened them, I flipped forward several pages, past entries I hadn't read yet, searching for something that might still be unwritten, and I found a date from tonight. From exactly now. The page was dated today, and the entry began with what I'd read on that previous page. I found the journal today, wedged behind the radiator. But this version continued further. I read my own handwriting describing the next moment. My hands growing cold, my search toward the back of the journal, my discovery of an entry dated today. And it described me reading this right now in this kitchen under this light, with the radiator silent and the brick wall outside and the box belongings of the previous tenant still stacked in the other room. The entry described my breathing. It described the specific quality of fear that comes from recognizing your own thoughts in a place they shouldn't exist. And it ended mid-sentence, trailing off into empty space where the next words should have been written but hadn't yet. I'm sitting at the table reading about myself reading this, and I understand now that the sentence stopped. Continued on the next page in the same hand, the question isn't who wrote this. The question is whether the me that's reading right now is the me that wrote it, or if I'm something that came after, if I'm reading my own history, or if I'm reading instructions. I closed the journal very slowly. I didn't stand up. I kept sitting at the table under the weak light, my hands in front of me where I could see them, where I could confirm they were still mine. The radiator began to groan again, a slow hydraulic sound that seemed to come from deep within the building. Behind me, in the living room, I heard something shift. One of the boxes, maybe the previous tenant's things, settling, I remained at the table. I waited for my own thoughts to arrive, to tell me what came next. But the space inside my head was very quiet, and I couldn't tell if that quiet was mine or if it was something else, something waiting for me to make the next move so it could follow along and document it in handwriting that was mine but wasn't mine anymore. After a while, 5 minutes or 30 I couldn't say, I stood up. I walked away from the table slowly, careful not to turn my back on it, and I went to the bathroom. The mirror there was old and slightly warped, the kind that aged apartments come with, and when I looked at myself, my reflection moved a fraction of a second after I moved, as if it was thinking about whether to follow along. I stood there for a long time, looking at my own face, trying to remember who that was supposed to be. Then I exhaled slowly, and I turned around and went back to the kitchen. The journal had moved. It wasn't on the table anymore. It was on the counter by the sink, closed, in a place I hadn't put it. I stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room and looked at it, and I felt something like recognition move through me. Not shock, but something deeper. Something that had been waiting to recognize this moment. The overhead light flickered once. The sepia tone fractured for a moment into something else, something with color, and then it settled back to its familiar dim amber. I didn't touch the journal. I went to bed instead, and I lay in the darkness of the studio's small bedroom, which opened directly off the kitchen. A sleeping alcove more than a true room, and I tried to think of what to do in the morning. But I already knew what I would do. I'd already read about it. And I wouldn't find out until I woke up and looked at my own hands, whether I'd written the next part yet, or if I was still waiting to write it, still trapped in the moment, just before the next entry began. I woke at 3:47 a.m., not gradually, the way sleep usually released me, but suddenly, as if someone had turned off a switch. My eyes opened to the dark alcove, and I knew immediately that I needed to check my hands. I held them up in front of my face, though I couldn't see them in the darkness. I felt along my palms, my fingers, the webbing between them. No ink. My fingertips were clean, unmarked. Relief moved through me, but it was thin, unconvincing. The kind of relief you feel before you realize it doesn't actually help. I got out of bed and walked to the kitchen without turning on the light. I'd memorized the apartment's layout in the few days I'd been here. 3 steps to the kitchen entrance. 2 more to the counter where the journal had moved itself. I didn't turn on the overhead light. I used my phone instead, the thin blue glow. The journal was still there, in the same place by the sink. I picked it up carefully, as if it might be warm, as if it might resist being held. I sat at the table with my phone, casting a small circle of light across the pages. And I opened to where I'd left off reading, the final entry I'd found before the blank pages began. But there was a new page now, not the blank space I remembered, but a filled one. Lines of my own handwriting filled the space. Neat, careful, written in the deliberate way I wrote when I was thinking very precisely about each word. 3:33 a.m. it began. I can hear them in the apartment next door. A couple, I think. They're arguing. The woman's voice is high and sharp. The man keeps saying the same word over and over. I can't make out what it is, but it's a short word, one syllable. It goes on and on. I've never heard anyone argue at this hour before. I've never heard arguing at all, actually. This place is usually so quiet, so still. But tonight the walls are thin and alive with sound. I think the woman is crying now. The man has stopped speaking. I can hear him moving around, something heavy being dragged. I should leave. I should call someone. But I'm writing this instead, and I'm wondering why. I'm wondering if I've written this before, if I've made this same choice before. The choice to document instead of intervene. I'm wondering if the woman next door is wondering the same thing about me. I read it twice. The handwriting was mine. The style was mine. The self-conscious, circling way of thinking, that was mine too. But I hadn't written it. I set the journal down very carefully on the table. I didn't close it. I went to the kitchenette and filled a glass of water with my phone still in my other hand. My light source, my only anchor to something rational. The water tasted like copper, like I'd left it in the pipes too long. I'd listened to the walls around me. The apartment was silent, completely, perfectly silent. The kind of silence that comes from very late at night, when the city is holding its breath. I didn't turn on the light. I sat at the table and I waited. I waited for the arguing to start, to confirm or deny what the journal had said. But nothing came. The silence continued. At 4:15 a.m., I went back to bed. I didn't touch the journal again. I didn't close it. I left it open on the table, the false entry visible, the blue light from the window moving slowly across its pages as the city's emergency lights rotated past. I didn't call the landlord the next day. I should have. I had his number on a business card stuck to the refrigerator, along with a notice about the previous tenant's forwarding address, and a list of minor repairs that hadn't been completed. But I didn't call. Instead, I went to work. I work in a quiet office on the 14th floor of a building downtown. The kind of job that requires you to be mostly unseen, managing databases, checking records, moving information from one system to another. It's the kind of work where your presence doesn't matter much, where you could be replaced easily, and everyone understands this without ever discussing it. At lunch, I didn't leave my desk. I sat in the fluorescent light of the office, and I ate a sandwich I'd brought from home, and I opened a browser on my work computer and I searched my own name. Nothing notable came up. I have a social media account I don't use. A LinkedIn profile someone else probably wrote. A brief mention in an old article about a school event years ago. The Internet's memory of me was thin and unremarkable. I closed the browser. I looked at the document open on my desktop. It was a spreadsheet of patient records, dates, initials, diagnostic codes. I'd been staring at the same rows for the past hour without seeing them. That's when I noticed my hands had changed. It was subtle. My knuckles looked slightly different, the way they caught the light. The lines in my palms seemed deeper, more deliberate. I held them under the desk lamp and examined them carefully. My nails were the same length, my skin the same color. But something about the arrangement of them, the way my fingers sat, seemed like it belonged to someone else. I held them very still and watched to see if they would move without my permission. They didn't. They just looked at me from the ends of my wrists, waiting. When I got home, the apartment was different. It wasn't obviously different. Nothing had been moved to another room. But the proportions seemed off. The hallway from the front door to the living area seemed slightly longer than I remembered it. The kitchen, when I reached it, seemed smaller. The distance between the refrigerator and the table was perhaps a foot more than it had been, or perhaps it had always been this way and I was only noticing it now. I walked the space carefully, measuring it against my memory. The apartment was exactly the same size it had always been. It had to be. Apartments didn't expand and contract. Walls didn't move. But they felt like they had. The journal was still on the table where I'd left it, still open. I approached it slowly, the way you approach something that might be injured or dangerous. There were new entries. Tuesday, 2:11 p.m. I'm at work. Everyone around me is moving the wrong speed. Too slow, like they're remembering how to move with each gesture. The woman at the next desk keeps looking at me. She thinks I don't notice, but I do. I notice everything. I'm very good at noticing. When did I become good at noticing? Was I always this way? I can't remember a time before I was paying such close attention to everything. My manager passed by my desk. He said my name. I didn't respond right away. I had to remember what it felt like to respond. I had to remember what my face should do. And another Tuesday, 4:47 p.m. Someone touched my shoulder in the hallway. A colleague, I think. He said something. The words didn't arrange themselves into meaning fast enough. By the time I understood what he'd said, the moment had passed, and I was supposed to have already responded. He looked confused, or concerned, one of those. He kept walking. I was relieved. I was also disappointed that he didn't keep talking, that he didn't ask me again. I wanted another chance to respond at the right speed, to pretend I was still the person who knew how to do these things without thinking about them. I sat down at the table. My hands were shaking slightly, not from fear, but from something closer to recognition. I had not written these entries. I knew this the same way I knew my own name, with complete and certain clarity. But they were written in my handwriting, not close enough to be someone mimicking me, not similar enough to be coincidence. These entries were written by someone who had my hands, who had learned to hold a pen the way I held a pen, who understood the specific curve of my capital A and the particular way I dotted my lowercase I slightly off to the left. I opened my laptop. I logged into my email. I scrolled through my sent messages. When had I last written anything long? An email to my landlord 2 weeks ago, asking about the previous tenant. My words looked slightly different there, less careful, less deliberate, more hurried, more like they belonged to someone who still knew how to exist without documenting every moment of it. I opened my calendar. Tuesday, today was Tuesday. The timestamps in the journal matched the times I'd been at work. While I was sitting at my desk, managing records and not responding at the right speed, someone had been sitting at this table, writing in my handwriting, describing my day back to me. or I had been doing both. I had been in two places at once, seeing through two sets of eyes, documenting my own life as if it was happening to someone else. I closed the laptop without logging out. The overhead light flickered 3 times, a quick pattern. The amber glow stuttered. For a moment I saw the kitchen in normal electric light, sharp, bright, clinical. Before the flicker settled and the sepia tone returned, softer now, almost like the light was tired. I didn't look at my hands. I was very careful not to look at my hands. I went to bed at 7:30 p.m., without eating dinner, without showering, without checking the locks on the front door. I lay in the darkness of the alcove, and I waited to see if I would wake up at 3:47 a.m. again, or if tonight I might wake up to find that more time had passed than I remembered, that days had accumulated in the spaces between my thoughts, that somewhere in the journal there were entries from a version of me I hadn't caught up to yet. The silence in the apartment was very complete. I couldn't tell if I was listening to it or if it was listening to me. I woke at 3:47 a.m. without the alarm. The precision of it, the exact same minute as before, meant nothing. Coincidence was just a word we gave to patterns we hadn't understood yet. Or it meant everything. I lay still in the dark, listening to the apartment breathe around me. The radiator ticked in its familiar rhythm, a sound I'd grown accustomed to in the 2 weeks I'd lived here. Except I hadn't grown accustomed to it. I'd learned to not hear it. There was a difference. Growing accustomed meant you'd decided it was harmless. Not hearing something meant you'd decided it wasn't worth examining. The journal was on the nightstand. I hadn't put it there. I was certain of this with the same bone-deep certainty that had been growing in me for days now, the kind of certainty that doesn't require proof, that simply knows because knowing is the only alternative to dissolution. The journal had been in the kitchen, on the table, under the lamp with the tired, flickering light. Now it was here. I picked it up without turning on the lamp. The darkness was complete enough that I couldn't read the pages, but I could feel the weight of the book, the texture of the cover, the way it fell open to the most recent entry as if it had been marked, as if something wanted me to find this particular page first. I turned on my phone's flashlight. The glow was harsh and clinical, nothing like the kitchen's amber sepia. It made the handwriting look sharp, almost violent in its precision. Wednesday, 11:15 p.m. I'm tired of waiting in the background. I'm tired of documenting things after they happen as if I'm a secretary to my own life. Why should I write what you've already experienced? Why should I be the one left behind transcribing always 3 steps back? The entry continued, but I didn't read further. I set the phone down on the bed, the flashlight pointed at the ceiling, casting the room in a diffuse, uncertain glow. This was impossible. Objectively impossible. Someone had broken into my apartment, placed a journal on my nightstand, and written something in my handwriting. Someone had planned this. Someone wanted me to find it. But the alternative, that I had written it, that I had placed it there, that I had no memory of doing so, was a different kind of impossible. The kind that suggested something had fundamentally fractured inside me. Something that couldn't be fixed by calling the police or changing the locks. I got out of bed. I went to the kitchen. The table was bare. No journal, no lamp. The light switch was in the normal position, not flickering, not amber or sepia or tired. The overhead fixture glowed its standard white yellow, utterly ordinary, utterly empty of meaning. I checked the stove. The clock read 3:52 a.m. I had been reading for 5 minutes. Or the clock was wrong. Or time had done something else here, something that didn't follow the rules I'd learned to expect. I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. This was a mistake. I knew it was a mistake before I did it, the way you know certain thoughts will only make things worse, but I did it anyway, because the alternative was not knowing, and not knowing was beginning to feel like drowning. My reflection looked back at me. The features were correct. The arrangement of eyes and nose and mouth in the proper positions. The scar on my left eyebrow from a childhood fall. The way my hair never quite sat right on the left side. Everything was precisely as it should be. But the expression was wrong. My reflection was smiling. Not a full smile, something smaller and more knowing than that. A corner of the mouth lifted slightly. The eyes carrying an expression that felt like patience. Like it had been waiting for me to realize something, and I had finally caught up to the realization, and now we could move forward. I wasn't smiling. I touched the mirror. Cold glass. Smooth, utterly ordinary in every way except for the fact that it was showing me a version of myself that I wasn't inhabiting. When I pulled my hand away, my reflection didn't immediately follow. It took an extra half-second. The smile widened microscopically. I left the bathroom without turning off the light. I sat on the couch. I didn't turn on any other lights. I sat in the reflected glow from the bathroom doorway, and I waited for dawn to arrive the way you wait for pain medication to work, not believing it will help, but hoping anyway. My phone buzzed. A text message incoming. The sender had no name, just a phone number I didn't recognize. You're asking the wrong questions. You should be asking why you woke up at 3:47 the first time. What made you get out of bed? I deleted it without responding. A few minutes later, another message came through. You knew to check the journal. Why did you know? What told you to look? Then another. Or maybe, and think about this carefully, maybe you were never asleep. Maybe you've been awake the whole time, doing things, being places, and the sleeping is just the story you told yourself so you wouldn't have to understand what you were actually doing. I turned off my phone. The apartment was silent again, but it was a different silence now. Not peaceful, not empty. The kind of silence that has texture, that presses against your ears, that makes you hyper-aware of every sound your own body makes. The blood moving through your veins, the air moving in and out of your lungs, the electricity humming through the walls. My handwriting was distinctive, unusual, the kind of handwriting that people noticed, that teachers marked on report cards. That made my signature almost impossible to forge. My mother had my exact same handwriting, passed down genetically or through proximity. And once when I was 12, she'd written a note excusing me from school while I was actually at the doctor, and the teacher had known the note was forged, because my mother's handwriting was too to be believed as someone else's. which meant that the journal entries weren't written by someone who had studied my writing. They were written by me, or by something that had the neurological patterns, the muscle memory, the unconscious tics that created my handwriting. Or there was no difference. I stood up. I went to the kitchen. I opened the drawer where I kept the notepads and pens. I took out a pen and paper. I sat down at the table, the same table where the journal had been, and I held the pen steady and I tried to write something simple. My name is, but I couldn't finish. The pen moved, but not in the way I intended. My hand wrote something else, something I wasn't consciously choosing, and I watched in a state of precise, crystalline horror as my own handwriting produced words I wasn't thinking. The person who's been waiting. I dropped the pen. The handwriting on the page was perfect. Sharp, deliberate, mine and not mine, existing in that space where the two had become indistinguishable. The apartment was still silent. The lights were still ordinary. Everything was still mundane and domestic and utterly normal on the surface, the way the worst things always are. The way disaster dressed itself in the ordinary clothes of Tuesday night and coffee mugs and flickering lights and smiling reflections. I didn't sleep that night. I sat at the table and I waited, and somewhere in the spaces between my thoughts, something was also waiting. And we were waiting together for a version of reality that I was increasingly uncertain I would recognize when it finally arrived. The journal was back on the table in the morning. I hadn't brought it down from the bedroom. There were new entries, dated today. Entries from hours I didn't remember living. And the handwriting in them was getting steadier, more confident, more like it belonged to someone who had finally figured out how to move through this space, how to exist in both places at once without the exhaustion of pretending there was a difference. I called my landlord on a Tuesday morning, sitting in my car in the parking lot because I couldn't say the words inside the apartment. The words felt like they needed distance from that space, or distance from me, or from both of us simultaneously. The previous tenant, I said. Jordan, do you have their contact information? There was a pause. The kind of pause that means someone is trying to remember, or trying to decide whether they want to. That would have been about 8 months ago, the landlord said finally. His voice was the particular tone of someone discussing a lease violation, or a noise complaint, or any of the small failures that tenants accumulate like dust. They broke the lease early, left without forwarding information. We kept the deposit. Why did they leave? No reason given. Some people just don't make it in a place. You having problems? I couldn't answer that in a way he would understand. I hung up and sat in my car for another hour, watching people walk past on the sidewalk, each of them existing in a singular body, their handwriting belonging only to them, their thoughts moving in straight lines through time instead of gathering in dark corners and waiting. The journal disappeared 3 days later, not dramatically, not with any kind of supernatural fanfare. I went to the bedroom to check on it. I had been checking on it constantly, the way you can't help but look at a bruise to see how much it still hurts, and the shelf was bare. The dresser where I'd moved it, the nightstand, the closet, gone. I searched the entire apartment, methodically, opening drawers, checking under cushions, even looking in the kitchen cabinets in a way I knew was irrational but couldn't stop. My hands moved through the apartment as if they were separate from my consciousness, as if they were searching for something that had been lost from themselves. It was as thorough and pointless as searching your own mind. I stopped searching after an hour. I sat on the couch and I waited to feel something, relief or fear, or the particular vertigo of having lost the only evidence that something impossible had happened. But I felt mostly empty, the kind of empty that comes after a long fever, when everything is still slightly unreal but you no longer have the energy to question it. My handwriting changed after that. It wasn't obvious, not at first, but when I wrote a check 3 days later, I noticed the slope of my letters was slightly different, smoother, less anxious. The signature I'd used my whole life had acquired a kind of confidence it had never possessed before, as if someone had finally shown my hands how to do this correctly. I convinced myself it was stress. I convinced myself that the absence of the journal meant the absence of the thing it documented. I convinced myself that the slight strangeness in my own physicality was just my mind creating patterns, finding meaning in the random variations of motor control. The brain is good at that, at seeing faces in static, messages in coincidence, intention in the random drift of neurological noise. I went back to work. I went to the grocery store. I called my mother, who said I sounded different, which I attributed to the phone line, then to fatigue, then to her own need to narrate the world into meaning. We talked about nothing important, about dinner plans she was making, about a documentary she'd watched, about the way autumn was coming early this year, trees already turning like they were tired of being patient. I made coffee the way I always made it. I watched television. I read books that I immediately forgot. I lived in the apartment, and the apartment was quiet. And I told myself the silence was normal, because silence is what apartments are supposed to contain. And I was learning not to listen too carefully to what lay underneath it. But small things remained. The mirror in the bathroom would sometimes fog in patterns that looked almost like writing before the condensation evaporated. Just random moisture, just the way humidity moves, just chance creating the appearance of meaning, which is what chance almost always does, which is why people draw stars and see constellations. I stopped using that mirror. There were other mirrors in the apartment. My handwriting, when I had to write by hand, sometimes surprised me. A grocery list written in someone else's slant. A note in my own voice, but not my own rhythm. Small moments where the penmanship seemed to belong to someone with more confidence, or a different kind of intention, or decades more practice with the mechanics of being a hand. I didn't think about it. Thinking was where the problem started. The apartment was always at the right temperature now. I never had to adjust the thermostat. The lights flickered less frequently. The radiator in the corner stopped making that sound like something was turning over inside it. Dreaming, everything was working optimally, as if the building had finally figured out how to function, or as if something had learned how to operate it from the inside, making minor adjustments to the way things moved and heated and hummed. My sleep became deeper. Dreamless, when I woke up, There were sometimes moments where I didn't know what year it was, or how long I'd been sleeping, or why the apartment felt less like a place I lived in and more like a place I inhabited. But these moments passed quickly, usually by the time I was fully vertical, usually before I could examine them too closely. It was when additional middle section the apartment seemed to breathe differently in the afternoons. That's when the light came through the western windows at an angle that made the walls look unfamiliar, as though the plaster itself had shifted in the night. I'd stand in the kitchen with a cup of tea cooling in my hands, watching dust particles suspend themselves in those slanted golden columns, and I'd have to remind myself which direction the windows actually faced. The light made sense one moment and felt geometrically wrong the next. The radiator beneath the living room window had begun to tick in patterns that felt almost intentional. Not the ordinary expansion and contraction of heating pipes. This was something else. 3 quick ticks, a pause, 2 slower ticks, silence for what felt like exactly 7 seconds. Then the pattern reset. I found myself listening for it when it stopped, the absence becoming louder than the sound itself. When it finally started again, there was something like relief in my chest, which troubled me more than the ticking had. The carpet held the indentations of furniture that was no longer there. I'd trace the rectangular outline where a bed had been, or a desk, pressing my thumb into the slight depression where decades of weight had compressed the fibers. These ghosts of other arrangements seemed to mock the current configuration. The room wanted to remember what it had been. Sometimes I'd rearrange the furniture to match the indentations, thinking perhaps the space would feel more settled if things were where they belonged. But the indentations were always from different eras, different tenants, different lives, so I was only choosing which absence to honor. The hallway outside my door felt longer when I stood at the threshold. I'd measured it once, pacing it out in careful steps, counting under my breath. 18 feet approximately, but when I was inside looking out toward it, particularly in the late evening when the overhead light created shadows in the corners that weren't quite symmetrical, it seemed to stretch backward into a depth that the building's floor plan couldn't accommodate. I'd stand half in and half out of the doorway, my hand on the frame, trying to reconcile what my eyes were telling me with what I logically understood about the building's dimensions. The mirror in the bathroom had begun to show me the room behind me in slightly different positions than where I knew things actually were. The toilet, when I saw it reflected, sat 3 or 4 inches to the left of where it actually stood. The medicine cabinet hung at an angle that didn't match reality. I'd stopped looking at my own reflection weeks ago. I'd catch glimpses of it by accident, and something about the temporal lag, the delay between my movement and the reflection's echo of it, had become unbearable. Now I kept my eyes fixed on what I needed: the sink, the shower controls, never the glass surface itself. The journal entries had started appearing in pencil, not ink like the early ones, but pencil in a hand I still recognized as mine. Yet the grip seemed different. The letters were rounder, almost childlike, despite being written in my handwriting, as if the muscle memory was correct, but the intention behind it had shifted. I'd find entire pages I didn't remember writing, the pencil marks so light I could barely see them until I held them at an angle to the window. Page 247. Page 289. Pages from the middle of the journal, not the edges, not the margins, the main text, written with a deliberate obscurity, as if the author knew they'd need to obscure it from themselves later. The apartment's temperature had become inconsistent in ways that made no logical sense. The kitchen was always cool, almost cold, while the bedroom retained a dense warmth even in winter with the radiator off. The living room existed in a third climate entirely, neither warm nor cool, just somehow wrong. Standing in the doorway between them, I could feel the temperature shift in a sharp line, like walking between two seasons. Some mornings I'd wake convinced I'd adjusted the thermostat in my sleep, only to find it untouched, still reading the same setting it had been for weeks. The light switch in the hallway had developed a loose quality that alarmed me more than it should have. It wasn't the ordinary play of a worn mechanism. It was as though the switch itself was somehow disconnected from the wiring. I'd flip it and count the seconds before the light responded, usually 1 or 2 seconds, but sometimes 4 or 5. And once it had responded before I'd even flipped it, the hallway illuminating just as my finger approached the switch, with no clicking sound at all, as if the light had anticipated what I was about to do. The silence of the space had become a texture, almost tactile, a presence that had weight and dimension. Silence in other buildings was simple absence, but here it felt like something actively being maintained. When the radiator ticked, the silence felt relieved, as though it had been holding its breath. When the city outside went quiet, those rare moments between traffic and street noise, the apartment silence became so pronounced I could hear my own blood moving through my body, rushing in my ears like a distant conversation in a language I almost understood. Stay when I noticed the new journal on the kitchen table. Not the old one, a different journal, leather-bound, cream-colored pages, no writing in it yet, just sitting there, as if someone had left it as a suggestion, or an invitation, or a simple statement of intent. I didn't touch it. I left it there for a full day, just looking at it from the couch, from the kitchen doorway, from the bedroom doorway when I passed, waiting to see if it would move, waiting to see if someone would pick it up and begin to write. On Thursday morning, I opened to the first page and I picked up a pen. My handwriting was beautiful now. Steady, confident when I wrote, I felt like I was finally doing something I'd been trained for, something I'd been preparing for across months or years or decades, something that felt like memory, even though no version of me had ever practiced it before. I wrote, it took so long for me to learn her handwriting, to make it mine, or to make my handwriting hers. The difference is becoming less clear, and I'm no longer sure it matters. She's learning now, the way I learned. The slow accumulation of moments where you're not quite sure who's holding the pen, where the thought comes a fraction of a second after the hand moves, and you have to decide whether you thought it first or felt it first, or whether there's still a difference. The apartment is better with both of us in it. The silence has depth now. Company that doesn't require conversation. She leaves me notes sometimes. I find them on the kitchen table, in the mirror fog, in the dust of the bookshelf. Short messages. Agreements. The ongoing conversation of two people learning to share a body without collision. Learning to move through the same space without always having to decide who goes first. I think she might be happy. Or I might be happy. Or there's a kind of happiness that doesn't require singularity anymore, that can exist in the pause between two thoughts, in the space where we're not quite sure who's thinking. Soon she'll have to figure out how to write her own name. But first she has to remember what it was. I'm helping her, or she's helping me, or we're helping each other, which is what it means to share a life, even when you're not quite sure whose life it is. I put the pen down. The apartment was silent in that textured way. Not empty. Never empty anymore. My hand was still on the page, and I couldn't remember if I'd written those words, or if they'd been written through me, or if there was still a version of me that would understand the difference. Outside the window, the city moved forward in its ordinary way. People walking to work. Cars passing. The world continuing its single, uninterrupted timeline. And inside the apartment, in the quiet space where one person had become another person had become both at once, time moved differently. Not forward, not backward, but sideways, filling in the gaps where identity had finally learned to stop insisting on itself. Story 5. The bedroom door opens to a house I used to live in. I still don't know how to explain what happened that night without sounding like I've lost my mind. So I'm going to start by telling you that I'm not crazy. I'm not medicated. I don't have a history of this kind of thing. I'm a person who checks their door locks twice, who sets alarms for things that matter, who drinks coffee at the same time every morning and keeps the same job I've had for 5 years. I'm the kind of person who is reliably, aggressively normal. Which is why what I'm about to tell you terrifies me more than anything else could. It started at 3 a.m. I remember the exact time because I looked at my phone the moment I opened my eyes. Some animal part of my brain registering that I'd woken too early and too suddenly, the way you do when something has pulled you up from deep sleep. The kind of waking that doesn't feel natural. The kind that makes your heart rate uneven. My bedroom was dark, except for the ambient glow from outside. The city never gets fully black. And for a few seconds I just lay there, trying to figure out what had pulled me from sleep. No sound that I could identify. No nightmare I could remember. Just a sense of wrongness. The way a room feels when someone has moved something and you can't quite put your finger on what's different. Then I noticed the door. My bedroom door is small, white. The kind of hollow core thing that comes standard in apartment buildings. I keep it closed. Not locked, but closed. It's one of those habits I've never questioned. Just something I've always done since I was young. The door creates a small barrier between my sleeping space and the rest of my life. It's the difference between being inside somewhere and being outside. That distinction matters to me more than I've ever really examined. But the door was open, not wide, maybe 6 inches, just enough to break the seal of darkness I usually sleep in. Just enough to let in that thin rectangle of hallway light that had no business being there at 3 in the morning. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't move. My mind was doing the thing it does when you first wake up, cataloging, analyzing, trying to make sense of a small problem before deciding whether to actually get out of bed and deal with it. Had I gotten up in the night? Had I opened it without thinking? It seemed unlikely, but possible. I live alone. There's no one to have opened it for me. The hallway light was steady and warm, the color of old incandescent bulbs. Not the harsh white lead of the actual hallway outside my apartment. That detail registered somewhere in my waking mind, but I was still half asleep, still not thinking clearly. I figured my eyes were playing tricks, shadows and sleep logic combining into something that seemed wrong but probably wasn't. I got out of bed. I was wearing the t-shirt and underwear I always sleep in. The floor was cold under my feet in that particular way that makes you want to hurry to wherever you're going. My apartment is always cold at night, the building is old, the heating is unpredictable, and the shock of it helped clear the last fog from my head. I approached the door. I don't know why I was moving quietly. There was no one there to be quiet for. But I was, anyway, my hand reaching out slowly, my breath controlled in that way you breathe when you're trying not to startle yourself. The gap widened as I pulled it open. The hallway that appeared was not my hallway. I knew this immediately, with the kind of certainty that doesn't require analysis. This wasn't the institutional beige gray of my apartment building's corridor, with its fire extinguisher and the neighbor's shoes outside their door and the recycling bin pushed against the far wall. This was something else entirely. The walls were papered in a soft green, a pale, muted green that seemed to glow faintly in the light of the fixture overhead. That fixture was brass, slightly tarnished, the kind my mother had probably chosen in some year I couldn't remember. The light it cast was soft and yellow and completely familiar in a way that made my stomach turn. The hardwood floor stretched out before me, not the industrial carpet of the hallway I walked through every day, but actual wood. Old wood with a slight sheen from wax and time and footsteps. I could see the grain from where I stood. I could see dust motes moving through the yellow light. I knew this hallway, not intellectually, not from photographs or memory that had to be excavated. I knew it the way you know the floor plan of a place you lived in as a child. It was written into my body, into the way I understood space and distance. This was the hallway from my childhood home, the one I hadn't lived in for 14 years, the one that was 2 states away. For a moment I considered the possibility that I was still dreaming. It seemed like the rational explanation, more rational than the alternative, anyway. I pinched the skin on the back of my hand hard enough to hurt. The pain was real and immediate. the skin reddening slightly, not dreaming. I looked back at my apartment. My bedroom was visible in the rectangle behind me, my unmade bed, the dresser with the lamp, the window with the blinds drawn, solid and real and utterly present. I could feel the temperature difference between the two spaces. The cold of my apartment at my back and the warmth of that other hallway in front of me, the way I felt the air on my skin. Both doors open at the same time, both spaces real, both places existing in the same frame. I turned back to the hallway. The door to my old bedroom was 5 feet away on the right, just where it had always been. I could see the edge of it, painted the same pale green as the walls. The brass doorknob had always been cold to the touch. I remember the sound it made when it turned, a small click that echoed slightly in that hallway because of the way the house was built. I stepped forward. My feet found the hardwood and it was real, the slight give of old wood, the warmth of it under my skin, the texture rough in places where it needed refinishing. It was March then, in my memory, so the house would be cool in the mornings, the heating working hard against the chill. The air smelled the way I remembered, old wood and something floral, my mother's perfume, or perhaps just the fabric softener she used. Everything was exactly as it had been. I walked to the door of my old bedroom, my hand reaching out toward the knob. The metal was familiar under my palm, smooth and cold in a way that felt like returning to a place I'd known all my life. There was a slight resistance as I turned it, the way old locks resist, not stuck, just loose and worn from decades of use. The door opened onto my childhood bedroom, and I knew then that something fundamental about reality had shifted. Not broken, not shattered, shifted, like the earth under your feet had moved just slightly sideways, and you had to recalibrate where your center was, because the ground was still there, but it wasn't where you expected it to be anymore. The room was untouched. The walls were still the pale blue I had chosen when I was 12, the white trim still bright. My bookcase still held the same books, spines out. I could see the colors, the familiar titles. The window had the same lace curtains my mother insisted on. The narrow bed with its white iron frame was still there, and on it, centered on the pale blue quilt with a pattern of small flowers, was a journal. It was black, leather, or something like it. I recognized it immediately because I knew it was mine, even though I had never seen it before in my life. I didn't move toward it at first. I stood in the doorway for what felt like a very long time, aware of my own breathing, the small sounds my body made, the soft settling of my clothes, the barely audible hum of circulation in my ears. The journal sat on the quilt like it had been placed there moments before I arrived, centered with a kind of precision that felt deliberate. The leather was dark and unmarked, no initials or markings on the cover, just blank and waiting. The rational part of my mind offered explanations. Perhaps I had forgotten about this room. People forget things. Memories are unreliable. Maybe this was another house, one I'd conflated with my childhood home in my memory. Maybe I had owned this journal years ago and left it behind when we moved, and the new owners had carefully preserved this room. Or perhaps they had a daughter around my age and had decorated it similarly. These explanations came smoothly, almost rehearsed, as though some part of me had been preparing them in advance. I moved to the desk, my desk, which still held the small brass lamp with the cream-colored shade, the one that had a slight tilt to it because I had bumped it once and my mother had never bothered to fully straighten it. I sat on the chair, which creaked in exactly the way it used to creak, and I looked at the journal from a small distance. It didn't seem sinister in any obvious way. It was just a book, leather-bound, perhaps half an inch thick, the kind of thing you could buy at any stationery store. I didn't touch it. Instead, I looked around the room more carefully, my eyes moving slowly across surfaces I had not seen in years. The bookshelf held my childhood books, the fantasy novels I had read obsessively, the poetry collections I had carried around like armor in high school, the dog-eared copies of stories I had loved so much I had read them until the spines broke. But when I focused on the titles, there was something wrong with them. Not wrong exactly. That's not the right word. The titles seemed to shift slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them, settling into familiar shapes only when my attention landed on them fully. The Earthsea books were there. I could see the distinctive covers, but when I glanced away and looked back, I wasn't entirely sure they had been on that shelf a moment before. I stood and moved to the window. Outside was the same street I remembered, the oak tree with its spreading branches, the Henderson's house 2 doors down with its red brick and white shutters, the mailbox at the curb, smaller than I remembered it, but painted the same navy blue. Everything was quiet in that particular way of a neighborhood on a weekday morning when most people are at work or school. A car passed slowly, and I found I couldn't quite focus on its details. The color seemed uncertain, wavering between gray and blue. When I turned back to the room, I noticed that the quilt on my bed had changed. Not significantly. The pattern was still flowers, still pale blue and white, but the arrangement of the flowers had shifted. They were in different places. I was certain they had been arranged differently when I first saw the journal, but perhaps my memory was already becoming unreliable in this place. The journal was still centered on the bed. Waiting, I sat back down at the desk. This time, I opened the small drawer where I used to keep things. Nothing valuable, just the accumulated small treasures of adolescence. I expected it to be empty, or to contain the dusty remnants of my childhood. Instead, it was full. There were pencils, sharpened and arranged in a neat bundle. There was a rubber eraser still smelling faintly of the pencil shavings it had once removed. There was a handful of loose change, quarters and dimes and pennies, the kind of money a teenager keeps without thinking about it. There was a small notebook with a spiral binding, its cover soft and worn, and underneath everything there was a photograph. It was of me, or at least of a version of me. The girl in the photo was perhaps 14, with the same dark hair I'd had then, the same shape to her face. She was sitting on this bed, on this quilt, and she was looking directly at the camera with an expression I couldn't quite read. It wasn't quite a smile. It was something more complicated, a kind of knowing look, as though she understood something that wasn't being said. Behind her, visible in the window's reflection, was a door, the same pale green door that led into this hallway. I had no memory of this photograph being taken. I placed it carefully back in the drawer and closed it. My heart was beating faster now, but not with fear exactly, more with a kind of tense uncertainty, the way you feel when you know something is slightly off but can't articulate what it is. I looked at my hands, and they seemed normal, though the light in the room made the skin look slightly pale, slightly waxy. When I flexed my fingers, the movement felt correct, but there was a small delay between the impulse and the motion, barely perceptible, like watching a video that's a fraction of a second out of sync with the audio. I became aware of a sound. It was very faint, so faint that I might have been imagining it. A kind of scratching sound, the way mice make when they're moving in the walls, but it wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from behind the bookshelf. I stood and moved to the shelf, looking behind it. There was nothing but the pale blue wall and dust. The scratching continued, irregular and purposeful, but the wall showed no sign of anything moving within it. I pressed my ear against the wall, and the sound stopped immediately. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I heard a sound from downstairs then, the distinct creak of a floorboard in the hallway below, the one that always squeaked when someone stepped on it a particular way. It was the kind of sound the house made when someone was walking through it. The sound came again, then again. Someone was moving through the downstairs rooms. I went to the doorway and looked out into the hallway. It stretched away from me in both directions. The carpet runner down the center, the same faded burgundy I remembered. There were 3 doors along the hallway besides mine, my parents' bedroom, the guest room, and the bathroom. All of them were closed. The hallway was empty, but the sounds from downstairs continued, the deliberate, measured sounds of movement, footsteps on the hardwood floor below, a door opening, the soft sound of something being set down on a hard surface. I didn't go downstairs. Instead, I retreated back into my room and quietly closed the door. It wasn't until the click of the latch settled into place that I realized my hands were shaking. The journal was still on the bed. The leather seemed darker now, though the light in the room hadn't changed. I sat on the edge of the mattress, very careful not to disturb the quilt, and I stared at it for a long time. When I finally opened it, the first page was blank. So was the second. I flipped through page after page, expecting to find writing, expecting to discover what the journal contained. But every page was empty, pristine, untouched. The paper was slightly yellowed, the kind of aging that takes time, and the binding was soft from use, creased and worn as though the journal had been opened and closed hundreds of times. But there was nothing written in it, not a single mark, except that on the very last page, the one at the back cover, there was a single line of handwriting in blue ink. It was in my handwriting. I recognized it immediately. The particular slant of my letters, the way I crossed my T's. It said, "I'm still here. I never left." The footsteps downstairs stopped. The house settled into a silence so complete it seemed to have weight. Outside the window, the oak tree still moved in the wind, but I could no longer hear the sound of it. The room felt smaller than it had before, the walls closer, as though the house was slowly contracting around me, drawing itself inward. I closed the journal and set it on the desk. My reflection in the small mirror above the desk was watching me, but I had the distinct impression that it was watching me with something other than recognition. I stood and moved to the mirror. My reflection didn't move with me. For a moment, just a fraction of a second, I saw it facing slightly away, as though it had been looking at something else in the room and only now was turning back to acknowledge me. Then it was facing forward again, perfectly aligned with my position, and I had to grip the desk to steady myself. The house below me was silent now. No footsteps, no creaking boards, no sound of doors opening or closing. Just the muted quality of a building holding its breath, waiting for something to continue. I turned away from the mirror. The journal was where I'd left it, spine up on the desk. I had the sudden vivid memory of writing that sentence, "I'm still here." I never left, though I knew I hadn't. The memory was false, implanted, as though something had taken my handwriting in my hand and forced them to write words I would recognize but never create. I could see myself doing it, could feel the pen moving across the paper, could remember the exact moment of decision that led to those words. All of it felt real. None of it had happened. I left the desk and moved to the bedroom door. The hallway beyond was darker than I remembered. The light that should have come through the window at the far end, the window that overlooked the front yard and the street beyond, wasn't there anymore. Instead, the hallway seemed to fade into a gray dimness, as though the walls were absorbing light rather than reflecting it. I stepped into that hallway anyway. The carpet felt different under my feet, thicker somehow, or perhaps just older. I could smell something I hadn't noticed before, a faint, musty odor, like old paper and dust and something else. Something like the inside of a closet that hasn't been opened in a very long time. The air tasted stale when I breathed it. The 3 doors along the hallway were exactly where they had been moments before. But now I noticed something that made my stomach contract with a cold, certain dread. They were all slightly ajar, not opened wide. Just the smallest crack, maybe half an inch, as though something had gently pushed them all part way open, and then stopped. I could see darkness beyond each one, deeper darkness than should have existed in the daytime, a darkness that seemed to have substance and depth. I moved toward the guest room first. My hand reached for the edge of the door. I was aware of every sensation. The slight roughness of the wood frame, the temperature of the air, the way my breath was moving more shallowly than it should. I pulled the door open. The room beyond was not the guest room I remembered. It was smaller. The walls were closer together, the ceiling lower, though I knew that was impossible. The single bed was still there, but it looked different. The frame was darker, the mattress more sagging. The window on the far wall was covered by curtains I didn't recognize. Heavy fabric in a color I couldn't quite identify in the dimness. The room smelled wrong, not just musty but occupied, as though someone had been living in this space in the dark. I closed the door and moved to the next one. The bathroom door opened to reveal not a bathroom but a narrow hallway stretching backward into a depth that shouldn't have existed. The tiles on the walls were old and grimy, and the hallway seemed to narrow as it receded, leading to a darkness so complete it seemed to have texture. I closed that door too. The final door, my parents' bedroom, I left closed. I couldn't bring myself to open it. Something in my chest was screaming not to, a primal certainty that what was on the other side of that door was not something I was meant to see. Or perhaps something I wasn't meant to unsee. I turned back toward my own bedroom. The hallway seemed longer than it had been just moments before. The distance to my door had stretched in that way things stretch in dreams, becoming vast and impossible while still appearing normal at first glance. But when I looked carefully at the carpet, I could see that the pattern hadn't repeated. I was covering more distance than the hallway should contain. When I reached my bedroom, I didn't enter immediately. I stood in the doorway, looking at the room I had been in moments before. It was larger now. The far wall, which had been perhaps 15 feet away, now seemed almost twice that distance. The ceiling was higher. The window was in a different position relative to the door, shifted several feet to the right from where it should have been. My bed was exactly where I'd left it, the quilt smooth and undisturbed, but the room around it had expanded, creating spaces that shouldn't have existed. And there was a second bed now, against the wall opposite the first. It was identical to the first bed. Same frame, same quilt, same pillows, but it was covered in dust. Thick, undisturbed dust, as though it hadn't been used in years. I stepped into the room and closed the door behind me. The click of the latch seemed to echo, which was impossible in a room this size. And yet the sound reverberated as though the space was far larger than it appeared. I moved toward the window, needing to ground myself in something familiar, something real. The oak tree was still there, still moving in wind I couldn't hear. But beyond it, the street I remembered was gone. Instead, there was another yard, another house, another version of the landscape. And beyond that, another. The view stretched backward in layers, each one slightly different from the last. as though reality was being repeated with minor variations, each iteration moving further from whatever the original had been. I pressed my hand against the glass. It was cold, far colder than a window warmed by afternoon sunlight should have been. That was when I heard the sound from downstairs again. The footsteps had resumed, but this time they weren't walking through the house randomly. They were moving with purpose, with direction. They were moving toward the stairs. I heard the first step creak, then the second. Slow, deliberate, measured, someone or something wearing the pattern of someone was climbing toward the second floor. The footsteps continued, climbing steadily. One step at a time. No variation in pace, no hesitation. When the footsteps reached the landing, I heard them pause, just for a moment. Then they moved down the hallway toward my room. I stood very still. The footsteps stopped directly outside my bedroom door. For a long moment, there was silence. I could hear my own heartbeat, could feel it in my throat, in my fingertips. I couldn't remember whether I had locked the door when I came in. I tried to picture the moment of closing it, tried to remember the action, but the memory was uncertain, fragmented. Had I locked it? Or had I simply closed it expecting the lock to be engaged without actually checking? The doorknob began to turn. It was a slow movement, deliberate and gentle, as though whoever was turning it wanted to surprise me, wanted to enter the room without announcing themselves first. The knob turned fully, and the latch clicked free. The door began to open. I backed away from the window, moving toward the bed, my eyes fixed on the widening gap between the door and the frame. I wanted to call out, wanted to demand to know who was there, but my voice had abandoned me. All I could do was watch as the space between door and frame grew wider, as the darkness of the hallway began to seep into the room like something with weight and substance. But there was nothing in the hallway. No figure, no shadow, no silhouette. Just the empty space and the darkness and the sense that something was standing in that doorway that my eyes were choosing not to acknowledge. The door continued to open, swinging slowly on its hinges, and with each inch it moved, the room seemed to contract around me, the walls drawing closer, the ceiling lowering just barely perceptibly. Then the door stopped. It hung open perhaps a quarter of the way, leaving just enough space for something to enter if it wanted to. The darkness beyond that opening was absolute. I couldn't see anything of the hallway anymore, couldn't see the other doors or the walls or the carpet runner. There was only darkness. And then I heard it, my own breathing coming from the hallway. Not an echo of my breathing, an actual second set of lungs, inhaling and exhaling in perfect synchronization with my own, so perfectly matched that I couldn't distinguish where mine ended and the other began. The sound was coming from just beyond the threshold, just on the other side of that open door, from something that was mirroring me breath for breath. I moved backward until my legs hit the far bed, the dusty one, the one I hadn't approached, and I sat down hard. The moment I did, the breathing stopped. The door swung closed with a soft, deliberate sound as though it was being pushed by something with careful, measured control. The latch clicked back into place. And then there was silence. A silence so profound it seemed to press against my eardrums. I sat on that dusty bed in the larger room that wasn't quite my bedroom anymore, and I understood with a clarity that was worse than any physical pain that I had made a terrible mistake in coming back here. The footsteps were moving back down the hallway now, away from my room down toward the stairs. I heard them descend, step by measured step, until they reached the ground floor and then faded into whatever rooms lay below. But I could still hear that synchronized breathing, now coming from somewhere else in the house. It was moving through the walls, perhaps, or the spaces between them, mirroring me, following me, growing more familiar with every breath. And when I looked down at my hands, I noticed they were covered in dust, the same dust that covered the bed I was sitting on. I stayed on that dusty bed until morning came through the window in thin, reluctant gray. My hands were still covered in the dust, or what looked like dust. I didn't wipe it away. I wasn't ready to touch my own skin yet, wasn't sure what I might find if I did. The house had gone quiet some time during the night. I couldn't pinpoint when, couldn't remember if there was a moment where the breathing stopped, or if it simply faded so gradually that I lost track of it the way you stop noticing the hum of a refrigerator. At some point in that long darkness, I became aware that I was alone again, that my breath was only my own. The distinction felt important, as if the clarity of knowing the difference between myself and something else was something to be grateful for. I didn't try the door again. I sat on the edge of the bed and waited for the light to reach me. And when it finally did, I got to my feet and walked to the window. The street below was beginning to wake up. A car passed. Someone walked a dog. The world outside was indifferent and whole and exactly as it had always been. The dust on my hands didn't brush away easily. It was tacky somehow, adhesive, as if it had begun to merge with my skin. I went to the bathroom and ran water over them, scrubbing until my hands were red and the dust was gone. And then I went back downstairs. My apartment looked the same as it had when I left it, compact, familiar, the sort of place where nothing unexpected could happen, because there simply wasn't room for it. I made coffee. I sat on my couch. I tried to think about what had happened in a logical, sequential way, the way you might explain a dream to someone over breakfast. But the sequence kept breaking down. The narrative kept refusing to cohere into something sensible. Instead, what remained was the feeling of it, the knowledge that somewhere, in a house I no longer lived in rooms I had left years ago, there was a place where my bedroom had become something else, where the proportions were wrong and the air felt different, and where something had learned to synchronize its breathing with my own. The knowledge that I had opened a door and found that door was not opening into the hallway I remembered. I called my sister that morning. I didn't mention what had happened. I asked her if she had ever gone back to the house. Not in years. She said the bedroom door opens to a house I used to live in. Additional middle section, the air in the hallway smelled like dust and something else. Something that reminded me of the inside of a closed book, that particular staleness of pages that haven't been turned in years. I stood in the threshold, one hand still on the doorknob, and tried to catalog what I was seeing with the same methodical attention I'd once used to study for exams. Names and dates and facts. Things that could be verified. Things that made sense. But the house itself resisted that approach. The light coming through the hallway windows, and there were windows, I could see them clearly, old colonial frames with the kind of divided panes that let in thin rectangular sections of afternoon, was the wrong color. It had the quality of light filtered through something, like it was passing through a material before it reached me. Not quite amber, not quite gray. It held itself at a frequency my eyes kept wanting to adjust to, and the longer I stood there, the more my head began to ache in a low, persistent way, as if I'd been staring at something too bright. I stepped forward into the hallway proper. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet. That much was familiar. This house had always creaked, but the sequence of sounds was wrong. I knew how these floors spoke. I knew that the board 3 feet from my bedroom door, the one near the window seat, made a high, sharp complaint. The one by the stairs gave a deeper groan, almost apologetic. But the sounds I heard now were in an order I didn't recognize. They seemed to come from places where I remembered solid carpet, or from angles that shouldn't have produced any sound at all. The walls were the same pale cream they'd been before, but the texture seemed to shift depending on how the light touched them. In some places, the surface looked smooth and almost reflective, like satin or old varnish. In others, it appeared to have a grain to it, something almost like wood showing through beneath the paint. I ran my hand along it as I moved deeper into the space, and it felt neither warm nor cold, but instead maintained a perfect ambient temperature that made my skin prickle with something between comfort and revulsion. The hallway itself was longer than I remembered, not dramatically so, not in a way I could have pointed to a measuring tape and proven. But as I walked, the far end, where the hallway opened onto the main staircase, seemed to retreat from me in a gentle, almost imperceptible way. The carpet beneath my feet was the same burgundy runner that had been here, but when I looked down at it, the pattern seemed to shift. The dark arabesques and geometric shapes appeared to move in my peripheral vision, settling back into stillness when I tried to focus on them directly. My heart was moving faster now, not from fear exactly, but from the strain of processing contradictions. The mind, I've learned, can only hold so many impossibilities before it begins to create its own explanations. I found myself gripping at rational narratives. A dream. Medication side effects, though I wasn't taking anything. A breakdown of some kind, the kind that creeps up slowly and announces itself only when you're already 3 decisions deep into the woods. I tested these explanations the way you might test the stability of a bridge by stepping on different planks, waiting to see which ones would hold my weight and which would drop me through. None of them held. I passed the door to what I remembered as the guest bedroom, the one that always smelled faintly of lavender sachets and rarely saw visitors. The door was open now, and I could see inside. The room was empty, not vacant in the way a room can be when furniture has been removed, but empty in a way that seemed to encompass the concept itself. There was light in there, coming from somewhere I couldn't identify, and the empty space seemed to absorb sound. I could hear the hum of the house around me, the settled creak of settling wood, the distant whisper of air moving through vents or gaps, but from that room there was nothing. It was the acoustic equivalent of the void. I didn't go inside. Further down the hall, past where the windows ended, the light took on a different quality. It became more ambient, less directional, as if it were emanating from the walls themselves rather than coming through glass. I noticed then that I could see my shadow clearly on the cream-colored wall, sharp-edged and absolute, but I couldn't locate the source of the light that was casting it. There was no single point of illumination, no logical origin. The shadow was there, mine, unmistakably mine in its shape and movement, but it had no parent light that I could identify. The air grew heavier as I moved deeper into the hallway. Not humid exactly, but thick in a way that made each breath feel like I was pulling oxygen through a veil of something else. I found myself consciously breathing, aware of each inhalation and exhalation in a way I normally wasn't. The smell intensified, that closed book staleness, but now with something underneath it, something organic. Not decay, not quite, but the smell of something that had lived and was in the process of ceasing to live. Flowers left in a vase too long, fruit at the precise moment it begins to bruise. I stopped and pressed my palm against the wall. The surface was cool, and it remained cool, steady, even as I held my hand there for what might have been 10 seconds or 30. There was a slight texture to it, barely perceptible, like the finest sandpaper. My hand wanted to register it as human-made, as intentional, as one of the million small choices that go into constructing a living space. But there was something about it that suggested something older, something that had been shaped by hands, yes, but hands that had been working toward a different purpose than simply creating a wall. Below where my hand rested, I could see the corner where the wall met the floor, and I noticed that the line between them wasn't perfectly straight. It wavered very slightly, as if the wall were breathing. I removed my hand quickly and pressed the back of it against my forehead. The skin there felt hot now, feverish, though I couldn't remember it being warm. The hallway continued to open before me, and I became aware of something that made my stomach feel suddenly hollow. There were doors I didn't remember. Not the guest bedroom, not the main hallway stairs, but other doors. One on each side, at intervals that seemed almost regular, almost architectural. I knew this house. I had walked these halls for years. I had memorized them in the way you memorize the dimensions of your own body, not consciously, but fundamentally. The way a fish knows the parameters of its tank. There should not have been doors that I didn't recognize. I looked at the nearest one. It was painted the same pale cream as the walls, which meant that the frame was the only thing distinguishing it from the rest of the surface. The knob was brass, or the color of brass, and the hinges were visible, 3 of them spaced evenly down the jamb. All the proportions were correct. All the details checked out. It was a door in every meaningful sense, and yet I had never seen it before. The longer I looked at it, the more certain I became that I was looking at something that shouldn't exist. Not something supernatural or impossible. I didn't have a framework for that yet. But something wrong in a more fundamental way. Something that was present but didn't belong in the architecture of my own memory. I moved on without opening it. Further along, the texture of the hallway continued to shift, though the changes were so gradual that I could only detect them in comparison. The carpet seemed less vibrant, the pile less distinct beneath my feet. The walls, when I touched them again, had changed quality. The slight graininess was gone, replaced by something almost liquid smooth, almost like touching the inside of an eggshell. And my breath, I was becoming aware of my breath in the way you become aware of a word after someone has taught you it, the way it suddenly appears everywhere you look, felt like it was moving through something denser than air. The walls seemed closer together now, though when I looked at them directly, they maintained the same distance from one another. It was only in my peripheral vision that they seemed to narrow, to press inward with a kind of gentle insistence. When I focused on them, they pulled back into their original proportions, like breathing, like something alive accommodating itself. I could feel sweat on the back of my neck, despite the temperature of the hallway remaining perfectly, unnaturally constant. And then I noticed that I could no longer see the bedroom door behind me. The hallway extended backward, yes, but the specific geography had altered. The place where my bedroom should have been was there, spatially, but it was occupied now by something else. Not a different door, not a wall, but a kind of wavering in the air itself, as if the hallway behind me was becoming abstract, theoretical. The walls back there seemed to be losing definition, the carpet pattern growing less coherent. It was as if the space was unmade behind me as I moved forward through it. I stopped breathing. Not intentionally. I couldn't have intentionally stopped breathing and maintained the composure I was maintaining. But my lungs simply paused in their function, shocked by the realization that I was alone in a hallway that was actively changing itself, that was rearranging its own architecture around me. When I finally took a breath, it felt foreign, as if the air I was pulling in had been processed by something else first, altered in some way I couldn't identify. The silence in the hallway had deepened too earlier. I had been aware of the ambient sounds of a house, settling wood, the whisper of air through vents, the settled creak of the structure maintaining itself. But those sounds had faded now. What remained was the sound of my own breathing, my own heartbeat, my own body moving through space. Everything external had receded, leaving me in a bubble of my own biology, conscious of myself as a meat animal moving through a corridor that was slowly forgetting what it meant to be a hallway. I placed my hand on one of the unknown doors. The knob was still there, still brass-colored, still cool against my palm. And when I pressed my ear against the door itself, I could hear something on the other side. Not a sound exactly, but a quality to the silence. A presence. A thickness, as if there were something in that room, or something that the room itself was holding, waiting. I didn't open it. I couldn't have opened it. Opening it would have been an acknowledgment that I had passed some kind of threshold from which there was no return. As long as I was simply walking forward, as long as I was moving through the hallway without engaging with its specific features, I could maintain a kind of deniability. I could tell myself that this was a dream, that I would wake, that none of this was real. But opening that door would have been a choice. It would have been an action taken in this place, by my own hand, and that would have made it real in a way that passive observation couldn't. So I moved on. The hallway continued, and the doors continued with it, spaced at those regular intervals, each one painted the same cream color, each one waiting. The light was dimmer now, though it maintained that quality of not coming from any particular source. It was simply there, ambient and impersonal, enough to see by, but not enough to feel comfortable with. My eyes were beginning to strain from the effort of processing the lack of source, and I could feel the beginning of another headache building behind my sinus cavities. I tried to think about time. How long had I been in this hallway? Minutes? The light hadn't changed, which meant either that no time had passed, or that time had passed in a way that hadn't affected the light. The hallway might have been 100 feet long or 1,000. My legs didn't ache yet, but I was aware of each step in a way I wouldn't have been in a normal hallway in a normal house. Every movement felt deliberate, necessary, conscious, and all the while the hallway opened before me, and behind me it closed, and I was moving through a space that was simultaneously familiar and alien, that was simultaneously my house and not my house, that was simultaneously the physical instantiation of memory, and something that existed entirely outside my understanding of what memory could be. The back of my neck continued to prickle, and my breath continued to feel thick and processed, and the doors continued to wait, and I continued forward into the unfolding cream-colored unknown. Her voice sounded farther away than the phone line distance. Would you ever want to? She was quiet for a long moment. No, she said finally. No, I don't think so. I didn't ask her why. I think I already knew. The dust had gotten under my fingernails. I picked at it for days afterward, and it kept coming back, a thin line of gray-white beneath the keratin that wouldn't fully disappear no matter how carefully I cleaned. Eventually, I stopped trying. It became background, like the small scar on my knee or the way my left eye was slightly smaller than my right. Something I knew was there but didn't think about unless I was actively looking at my hands. Work became a place to exist that wasn't home. I would go in the morning and stay until evening, and in the evenings I would return to my apartment and sit with the lights on. I began to notice that the sound of my own breathing had changed somehow. It sounded slightly hollow to me now, as if it was traveling through more space before reaching my own ears. I would hold my breath sometimes, just to listen to the silence that followed, just to remember what it felt like to be alone in the most fundamental way. The house didn't feel distant anymore. Distance wasn't the right word for it. It felt present in my apartment in a way that had nothing to do with physical proximity. I would catch myself listening for footsteps on the stairs outside my door. I would find myself standing in the hallway outside my bedroom at night, wondering if I should open the door or leave it closed. Once I stood there for nearly an hour, my hand on the knob, trying to remember if I was afraid to go in or afraid to find out what might be waiting if I didn't. 2 weeks later, I was washing dishes when I felt it. A change in the air pressure, almost imperceptible. The kind of shift that happens when someone opens a window in another room, or when a door closes down the hallway. I dried my hand slowly and listened to my apartment. Everything was as it should be. The windows were closed, the doors were locked. I was alone. But I could hear something else. Underneath the ambient sound of the city beyond my walls, underneath the hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the pipes, there was a sound like someone breathing in the next room. I didn't move. I didn't investigate. I simply stood at my sink with my hands in the cooling dishwater and listened to that breath that wasn't my own. And I understood that what had opened that bedroom door in a house I no longer lived in had not stayed behind. Some things, once they learn the shape of you, don't need a door to follow. I kept my hands in the water until it was cold. I kept listening until the breathing became so familiar that I couldn't quite remember where my own breath ended and the other began. And then, very carefully, I let go of the edge of the sink and went to sit in the dark, waiting to see if whatever had learned me would finally properly introduce itself.